Okay, we are live again, May 9th, 2025. I had to switch my setup, no big deal. I have redundancies in place. So let's pick up where we were yesterday. I know we discussed the nothing burgers, which is the standard fare served in the MSM Plus box, but we have some something burgers here, something a little more substantive. So let me go ahead and share my screen. There's this conversation we've had before about this notion that these movies are not only forecasting things, but they're doing so to give us the visuals. So you can imagine something. So when they fake it, it's like, oh yeah, of course that happened. It's easy to imagine an old Russian satellite hitting New York because I saw it on Francis Ford Coppola's movie Megalopolis. And in an interview after the movie came out, he said it was predicting what was going to happen, that America's Rome, make Rome great, was part of the movie. And Rome falls, the whole system falls when an old Russian satellite comes down to Earth. So here is some information about that from Perplexity. If you're not familiar with this, 2024 film Megalopolis was Megalopolis. The old Russian satellite, sometimes referred to as Soviet era, is a pivotal device, and early in the film, the defunct satellite crashes from orbit and devastates a new part of New Rome, which is New York City, including where the Twin Towers stood. What's interesting about this movie is that it has footage from September 11, 2001, because it was being filmed back then, and they postponed the production because it would have been, I guess they say, insensitive to have released it post 9/11, but also redundant because it had foreshadowed 9/11 in many ways. And the director noted this. In fact, they excised sections from the script, but they put original footage from 9/11 in this recent film, and they added it to the scene after the satellite falls on New York. So this was last summer. And when the film was being taken through the circuit of film festivals and these smaller venues, I saw on the news there was this report of an old Russian satellite that broke up into 100 pieces, and they had to get all the astronauts to go inside and lock down the ISS because of the exploded satellite. And at the same time that headline was in the news, this movie released its trailer, which features exactly that. So let me show you this trailer, and then I'm gonna show you what the present news is saying right now regarding a Russian satellite that's supposed to hit tonight. Now, I don't know why, but in movies, space is realer than when NASA does it. And NASA has a substantial budget. I don't know why they just deliver such shoddy workmanship. But here you see the Russian satellite falling to Earth. And the headline here is a 50-year-old Soviet spacecraft is crashing to Earth. And there's more to it, which we'll get to. But let me play the rest of this trailer.
And
You're never gonna believe this.
what?
You know that satellite that's coming down over Labrador?
Yes.
Well, it's not coming down over.
How do I know?
That's your sister. They don't know. Not exactly.
Well, when will we know? When it hits?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's too late.
I'm aware of that.
What do we do?
Now, this is the character that plays the mayor, and he's the one who organizes the assassination attempt of Caesar, who is the character representing Trump. And this character, in this context, has the same relationship to the Trump character as Obama does on the world stage, as representatives of two different visions, the 1776 versus the 1619 dynamic. And this same actor, Giancarlo Esposito, plays the same role in in The Boys, where the Homelander, Trump, is opposed by Edgar, the CEO of that company, Vought. And we can find a similar relationship in the more recent, and I haven't seen it yet, but Captain America, where the president, Harrison Ford, again gets shot at in the trailer, which was released the day before Trump was shot, and his opposition is Sidewinder, played by this same actor. It's a fascinating phenomenon, but we've observed that this is actually a common thing within predictive programming, to see these stories being played out in multiple contexts, but they will often use the same actors. Or if not the same actors, they'll have something similar. Like, this is the mayor, who sets up the assassination attempt of Caesar. And in A Man in Full, based on a Tom Wolfe book, the character that represents Trump is the Charlie Croker character, who's the real estate magnate. And there's so many ways it mirrored Trump's real life at that time, ways that could only be described as prescient, psychic, or perhaps Trump's not a real organic person and he's basically still in a reality TV show, totally scripted. But in that particular movie, the Trump character is opposed by the mayor of Chicago, obviously an allusion to Obama in many ways, and this is the one who orchestrates his downfall and eventual death. But anyway, this is the actor in this film. Again, in this film, the character that represents Trump does get shot, right eye, head wound. And this came out last year, and so there's no way that you could say it was based off of the Trump assassination attempt. No, they just happened to have another movie where the Trump-esque character survived the assassination attempt. Anyway, and this is just scratching the surface. Know where it's going to hit, and the long is it hits New York. And if you talk about the control of a history, and in the movie they introduced this group called the Design Authority. They control time, and they do a detonation in New York that looks like a 9/11. They stop time, like the strangers in Dark City, and there's a ton of clock imagery, and that's a deliberate connection to Dark City, just as Adam Driver's character is deliberately being associated with Neo in The Matrix, which is why they have Lawrence Fishburne as his driver. All the scenes where they're driving around are scenes that are reflecting the Matrix movie in significant ways. I mean, this movie is fascinating as far as the use of it in combining all these different elements that have to do with 9/11. And then, of course, scenes from 9/11 itself. But now, anyway, here you are looking at space junk falling, and you see the Statue of Liberty. And this is very similar to what we saw at the Paris Olympics with the various ways they represented the Statue of Liberty burning, destroyed. They had the Planet of the Apes post-nuke kind of aesthetic at that event. This is so 9/11-y, and as we'll get into, you'll see, I'll bring up eventually the clip of Francis Ford Coppola talking about how this is about to happen in America. So now let's get into the relevant here from Newsweek. And they say it's going to hit at 1:26 a.m. And that's going to be so shortly after midnight. And there was something else about this too. So this probe was launched 50 years ago, and it's landing tomorrow, but it was actually being sent to Venus. It's called Cosmos 482. It was intended to go to Venus. It was launched by the Soviet Union in 1972. It was supposed to send probes to Venus, but anyway, it's falling. And this got me thinking about the significance perhaps of Venus and its association with Lucifer. And I'm thinking, okay, well, you do have this idea now of, Lucifer falling to Earth tonight, interestingly. But this is another example of predictive programming setting the stage. And it's not disconnected from everything else that's happening here on the ground. P. Trippa says, what is space? Well, space is either up or it's all around us. Depends. I happen to think space is mostly science fiction and CGI. But I'm not denying the existence of space. I'm just saying it's misrepresented. I think it's misrepresented for some specific reason, likely hiding land. So the title of tonight's live stream is Russian Satellite Intended for Venus Falling to Earth Tonight, Unlimited Hangout, and Yellow Sunners. I kind of got into an extended debate today with a yellow sunner. A yellow sunner is a subset of a chemtrail alarmist. These are the people who say that they remember that when they were children, the sun was yellow. and now it's not, presumably because of geoengineering. That's what they're always implying. And I've heard this many times. It started with Richie from Boston. He said, "Don't you remember when the sun was yellow?" And I've been trying to figure out how these various conspiracy theories work. Like, what are the logical fallacies that they use to shoehorn these things into people's heads? And now I'm looking at conspiracy theorists largely as victims, casualties of the mind war, who have swallowed these very addictive red pills, which are just doses of paranoia. And I'm looking at this idea here of the sun once having been yellow because people are really quick to say, "I remember it was yellow." And I noted there's some similarity here to the testimony of the yellow sun and the way people remember various Mandela effects. And I thought, this is probably connected. So this could be a subset of Mandela effects. So this is the explanation that I wrote down here, and I actually had AI help out with parts of it as far as organizing my notes from. So I'll take my notes from Gilded, and I'll just throw it to ChatGPT, and I'll say, clean this up. So conspiracies about the sun being white instead of yellow. The belief that the sun was once yellow and is now white is a blend of nostalgic misremembering, misunderstandings of atmospheric science, and internet-fueled conspiracy thinking. In reality, the sun remains white. Any perceived change in color is due to atmospheric and perceptual factors, not a shift in the sun itself. A persistent internet conspiracy theory claims that the sun, once perceived as yellow, has turned white in recent years. This belief is rooted in personal anecdotes, nostalgia, and here it goes on to say it's amplified in social media and forums associated with the Mandela effect. So it connected it with the Mandela effect by researching the cause of this. So I started thinking about, how this actually works, how someone comes to believe it. And it is exactly like the Mandela effect. It works like this. When somebody says, "Remember when the sun was yellow?" And I see there was someone on Twitter today, I actually blocked him. I'm not going to name and shame. I'm just using this person as an example because they posted a picture of the sun with some cirrus clouds in the background. And they said, "Remember when the sun was yellow?" And a lot of people are posting about how the chemtrails destroyed their lives and all this. And I'm like, you're using a logical fallacy here of, kind of begging the question, loading the question. And there's something inherently deceptive about a conspiracy theorist that has to trick people into accepting a faulty premise. But I looked a little deeper and I thought, no, this is very similar to the Mandela effect. And it might be the same psyop because I'm convinced now that UFO cults or ufology is what they call it, but it's not an ology, that the UFO stuff, the chemtrail stuff, the Mandela effect stuff is all coming from the Air Force intelligence, the special agents that did the manipulation of UFO believers as documented in Mirageman. But this is similar. So when you ask somebody, "Remember when the sun was yellow?" you're actually planting a suggestion and prompting a specific recollection. It's a framing of the question here that is dishonest. But what is happening is similar to the misinformation effect, where somebody recalls something and then it gets conflated with a recent assertion, something that they plant into their head. It's the interrogator bias. And there is a bias here. Remember when it was yellow is saying that it was yellow at some point, which has never been, just like saying the monkey in Curious George used to have a tail, or whatever the Mandela effect are about. Their question assumes that they're correct, that it used to be that way. And that's the trick that they're playing. So remember when the sun was yellow is the same framework as the Mandela effect. And I just question why somebody would do this. And then I get into these extended debates with people who are insisting that they have a recollection that it was in fact yellow. So I'm calling them yellow sunners. And I think it's a great demonstration of cognitive sabotage and how truthers can be manipulated. And this is quite a test, I think, for a lot of people. Can they let go of something they believe through bad reasoning? Or do they have some kind of egoic connection to it? And a lot of it's ego. Like, for example, what's more likely, that I misspelled dilemma or the universe shifted and changed the spelling, and all the dictionaries changed, which basically is a way of saying I'm right, the world's wrong. That's the typical arrogance of the Mandela affected, where they swear on their memory. Well, that's not how memory works. Look at the Innocence Project and how many innocent people get thrown into prison over false witness testimony. But I want to go through some of my back and forths with the individuals that I was debating. I screen captured some of their arguments here. So here's one. And this is a character who said, remember when the sun was orange-yellow? Now it looks like a white LED bulb. So I called him out as a chemtrail fearmonger, and his response here was, nowhere did I mention chemtrails, and nowhere did I say chemtrails are real. That is pure sophistry. That's a dodge. That is somebody who is implying chemtrails geoengineering, because the only people on the internet who claim that the sun was orange-yellow and it changed are chemtrail pushers. Yet he's trying to pretend that he wasn't implying this, which means he thinks his subscribers don't understand implications and only understand the literal, but it's a huge contradiction. And as a rule, I don't trust truthers if they have, generally speaking, if they have a lot of chemtrail stuff in my feed, I think they might just be spammers for clicks. So let's move on. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but this is all tied into, it's the same thing as if I were to say, remember when the sun was pink? Do any of you remember when the sun was pink? Loaded question. But there's more to it. There's a little more to it here. And what he had said to me was meds. That was his only response was, I missed my tablets. It's like, nope, I have not missed anything. I've been talking about this for quite a long time, and I've said for some time that this is intended to make right-wing leaning conspiracy theorists and non-leftists believe in climate change, even if they accept it under a different explanation. And I actually see memes now that say geoengineering is climate change. Now, this is just beyond ignorant. It's just ridiculous. It takes 5 minutes to understand the mind game here. But one of the fascinating things to me is how people still think geoengineering means weather modification. No, this is not anything more than a set of hypothetical solutions to climate change. And to accept the premise that geoengineering works is to also accept the premise that there is climate change. But what they'll say is geoengineering is causing the climate change. Well, still, it makes no difference. It's a distinction without a difference here, because one group just blames secret government projects, the other blames CO2 from the private sector. But both of you agree that man is killing the planet, and therefore something must change. And that's what they want. They want you to have this overarching fear of a storm god, a god construct, another weapon of mass destruction. In this case, Gaia, the climate. It's just like believing in the fake nukes. Believing in geoengineering is tantamount to believing in any other weapon of mass destruction. It's no different than being a climate change alarmist. So this guy laughed at me and he said, you think I believe in climate change? He said a bunch of emojis, but he believes in geoengineering. So what I'm saying here is they're falling for a shrewd game, a Hegelian dialectic. NASA said that probe is going to re-enter the Earth between May 9th and 11th. So today's the 9th. The time and location of the atmospheric re-entry should be known more accurately than a few days. I got a question. If it was going to hit New York, would they tell us? The old Russian satellite in Megalopolis had a catastrophic impact, created a massive crater, and Caesar Catalina is an architect, Adam Driver's character, the one who had the head wound, and he uses this to build his utopian vision. So this is like a reset button for everybody. And the headline now, a 50-year-old Soviet spacecraft crashing into Earth, and the red zone spans 6 continents. So pretty much anything but Antarctica. Alex Jones remarked today, and I didn't know this, he said, I broke the Epstein news 15 years ago. And more news is coming. Alex Jones has been talking about Epstein for 15 years. I had no idea. And that just tells you how it's all just nothing burgers. Nothing's ever going to come of it. This is just recycled stuff. None of it's original. It's just repackaged old, stale conspiracies. And I think people are backsliding. When I start seeing a lot of people spamming about geoengineering and CERN and stuff, I'm like, don't you move past this stuff? Buzz Dean says, then why are they they are geoengineering. I'm not sure we're taking this approach. No, the thing is, you can't define geoengineering. Your definition of it is some kind of scaremongered version of it. I mean, type your definition of geoengineering. Because what you don't know, and I don't know why you don't know this, is that it's a set of hypotheticals that haven't been employed, that aren't even feasible, that are hypothetical solutions to global warming. And I don't believe in global warming. I don't believe that there's a weapon of mass destruction inherent in the environment that we have triggered somehow. You do, apparently. I don't. And the geoengineering is, again, it's remediation, it's mitigation of climate change. It was never secret weather weapons or Bill Gates blocking the sun. And people have conflated this with condensation trails. So it's just a lot of ignorant misuse of environmentalist jargon and scaremongering. And I've cleared this up many times. So when you say they are geoengineering, you actually don't know what you're talking about. Or you have an exaggerated concept of what geoengineering is, and you think it's weather modification. No, it's not. You've been psyoped. You've been given a red pill that give you a little bit of paranoia, a little sky phobia, a dose of it. And if you're sky phobic, then you are a victim of the mind war. So I had this conversation with a guy named Ziegfrest, who this is someone who said, typically remember pre-elementary school. Okay, so what, 4 or 5 years old, being able to stare at the yellow sun. It even felt different on my skin. I'm not alone in this. So he remembers when he was a child, which is anecdotal, and a child witness. He remembers a yellow sun. Well, the child also spent countless hours in front of the television where every single cartoon has a yellow sun. They're given crayons, and they draw the sun above their little house with their family and their dog, the stick figures. It's always a yellow sun. So what I'm saying here, and then the cereal boxes, yellow sun. So these are the collection of memories that you have associated in the filing cabinet in your brain that's called sun. So you go back to your childhood memories and you have all these. And what they're doing is they're getting you to conflate things and planting the suggestion that the sun was once yellow and now it's white. Yeah, that's a Mandela effect. It's a false binary, and it assumes that they are in fact correct, that it has changed. And if it did change, when? What year? Did anybody notice? Surely there were photographers who would have noticed the incremental change in the color of the sun. But the reason why this guy who said to me, he said, perspective is everything, to each their own lived experiences. And I say, no, that's not true. You can have your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And in this case, yeah, perspective is everything, but seeing is believing. Well, no, your senses are fallible. Your perspective about the sun being yellow is provable nonsense. What I said to him here is that the sun emits light across the entire visible spectrum, from red, green, blue, and when combined, it produces white light. That has nothing to do with airplanes or, quote, geoengineering. The sun has not changed qualitatively. It's not a sun simulator. It's not a giant light bulb, like Richie from Boston says. It hasn't been replaced. It didn't burn out in 2020. These are just intentional misconceptions. It's kind of like ocean levels rising or ice caps melting. But also they say the sun's no longer yellow and the sky is no longer blue. So I can listen to Richie from Boston while sitting in a park on a nice day, blue skies, and he'll say the sky's white, drained of its color. I'm like, what world do you live in? Ted Stryker says the Raisin brand had a sun with 2 scoops in the box. It was yellow, I think. I'll have to double check that because I brought this up, and Synchromorphly posted a version of it. And let me take a look. I'm pretty sure they changed it to white. And people may wonder, why do you harp on this? What's the big deal? Well, it's a huge deal. You know, it's important not to minimize the fact that we have a controlled paradigm, and the alternative, where the free thinkers go, is 100% controlled. And it's controlled from the top down. Okay, here's what Synchro said. No bullshit at all. Even the Raisin Bran sun is white now. This once friendly smile has gone from joyful to deranged, most likely from brain melting chem. Sun is closer to the chemtrails. That would explain that. Although there's something fishy. It looks almost AI. And didn't he have sunglasses on? This is like a Mandela effect, in addition to the yellow sun being changed. Matt X says the sun is yellow on tarot cards. Well, it's because in these symbol systems, you know, the tarot, the Kabbalistic symbols, they have like these color associations with the classical astrology. It's like the sun is gold and yellow. Moon is associated with silver. Then you go through Mars is red, associated with iron. Venus is copper, green, which kind of makes sense for the Statue of Liberty to be made of copper, if that is in fact Lucifer Venus. But yeah, that's correct. But anyway, the idea of ascribing a color to the sun is kind of fallacious, and I think if you're going to be accurate, the sun is technically green. All right, moving on. Is talking to Patel. I spell Cash with a Q. Senator Kennedy said, did somebody kill him? And Cash said, I believe he hung himself in a cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center. And Kennedy said, are you going to release the information about this before I die?
Like before.
Ted Stryker says, I'm old. I was referring to the box in the 80s into the 90s with the sunglasses, like you said. I don't know if it had sunglasses, but there are many examples of the sun with sunglasses in commercials and stuff. And what I'm saying here is I think the way memory works is, you know, like memories are associated, they're all put in the same cabinet, more or less. But every time you consult these memories, you taint them. Or if they're brought up in the context of an either-or fallacy, they can actually get swapped out. In other words, they prompt you to imagine something. Like imagine your Fruit of the Loom underwear with the cornucopia on it. Now, you see them side by side because they show you the graphics. Like, this is what it used to be. And it becomes very easy to conflate what you imagined just a minute ago with the original memories. And then as time goes on, the person actually becomes even more, invested in that false memory. So false memory syndrome is real. Every Mandela effect is a false memory. And it's interesting that people have such emotional attachment to these and the perceived infallibility of their memories that they sacrifice sanity and objectivity and really their integrity as objective witnesses to reality and the news. Like, I can't trust your commentary on the fake news if you think reality is that shifty. But again, it's a mind game, but it's done on purpose because the police know how this works. The ones who do interrogations, anyone involved in that field understands how eyewitness testimony can be influenced by the interrogator. So I don't think it's a coincidence that these various psyops, from Mandela effect to chemtrails, use these techniques, which are meant to warp your perception.
Senator, we are
in implanting false memories or getting you to acquiesce to something or agree to something that's not necessarily true, but by sowing confusion. Like, this is all a mind game. Mind war casualties. Jamarian May says, you know, different dimensions have all have a color frequency associated with them. And our third density is actually yellow, and the fourth density is actually green. I have not heard of that. But I have been looking at the John Dee's cosmos, or his cosmology, and his idea of these different layers or spheres. And one of the principal exercises that they engage in is stepping out of the body, what they call astral travel, and ascending on these spheres out of the body. And each one of them has a different characteristic associations and symbol composites like tarot cards in order to access these. They call them keys. I don't know if I believe in this stuff, but the idea of out-of-body travel is intrinsic to these old magical systems. Joined by Salty Siren says, it's almost been 10 years since I found IPS. Well, the Flat Earth Genie got out of the bottle about 10 years ago and started talking about fake shootings and stuff. But what really got me, I guess, active on YouTube was the space program. And I started looking at the various trappings and what I considered to be a clear example of syncretism. And I was already familiar with Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard, Marjorie Cameron, Kenneth Anger, and then later Kenneth Grant. So I was already studied on a lot of this stuff. So when I see it in NASA, I'm like, wait a minute here. Why does our space program have all the trappings of some science fiction version of Mystery Babylon? What's with the obelisk worship disguised as space travel? Like, is it really more pagan pageantry than science? And I would argue that anything above the Kármán line is pageantry and paganism and reintroducing a concept of heaven to the atheists. But below that, I'm sure NASA does some real stuff. Jamarian says, I'm sure you've heard the song, We All Live in a Yellow Submarine, Waters Above, Waters Below. I've heard these connections. And I don't know about this enclosed system thing. I don't like the idea that we're in an enclosed system. It makes me claustrophobic. I have a lot of questions about the dome as well. Like, if there's a dome, or if you're presuming there's a dome, where does it end and what's outside of it? And nobody ever answered that. I'd be open to the idea of a flat sky. If you're going to say the Earth's flat, then the sky's got to be flat. The stars would all be equal. But then again, I think the Chinese cosmology up until the 17th century was a flat, square Earth, but the celestial realm was a sphere. But I think shape is irrelevant at this point. I think we're too small for it to even matter. I think that it's also a kind of a false debate here. A false, I guess what they've done is they've created this either or fallacy. It's either flat or round. It's like, well, neither of these really address the real question here. Like, what is this place? And is it built around us? Or are we just evolved apes with big egos who think too much? Because one of the two is true. Either we're just a bunch of egotistical apes who are coping with the meaninglessness of the universe itself and just making up stories, making up connections, trying to find meaning where there's none. Or this place is built for sentient beings. And maybe it's not human-centric. Maybe we're like a level below the reptoids. But whatever the case, I think that this is a creation that isn't separate from its perceivers. And I think that one of the things that bears us out is the phenomenon of synchronicity. Like, I don't believe that's like solid, tangible, or real. It doesn't exist until it's perceived. And I think that as it materializes, there's an intersection point where our minds interface with the future, just as we go into the past. And that the point where we have our imagination and we create our own mental constructs overlaps with the pre-manifest, with the yet to be, what we term as the future. And that our thoughts are things in that sense. And that we are, in fact, in touch with the source. And on that level, we do have some sort of a cybernetic connection with the whole. Now, this isn't the same as The Secret or law of attraction or magical thinking or belief creates reality. It's not really that at all, but it is something. I liken it to echolocation. Like how bats send out their signals, and then they read a mental model of what's ahead of them based on the signals they get back. And I kind of think that we have, through synchronicity, sort of an outer dialogue. Like you're thinking introspectively, you have an inner dialogue. Who are you talking to? Well, you're talking to yourself. But I think synchronicity is actually an outer dialogue. And I think you're still talking to yourself, but instead of going into your subconscious, I think you're communicating with your superconscious. That would be the part of the mind that isn't translated through the meat suit, but is the part that is attached to your source of origin. Like if you're a beam of light and then you hit this material realm, you're beamed into the Saturn cube, this plane of existence. You're not here in its entirety. I mean, you still have your original origin point. It's like, I kind of think we exist on a continuum. And I think this would explain intuition, which can seemingly, observably, bring you information that is outside of your immediate time-space awareness, the range of your senses, and sometimes even precognitive. Anything precognitive suggests to me that we are mentally a little more, I guess you would say, non-corporeal. Like we do have an aspect that isn't specifically limited to the meat suit, like the dreaming mind. But I just don't think it's under our total conscious control. However, I think it's something that you communicate with or you learn to control as you become more intuitive, if you do. And not everybody does. A lot of people even scoff at the idea of precognition, telepathy, and other similar effects. And I don't. And I used to even hold back on talking about it because people scoffed. But after a couple of incidents, I realized, okay, actually, this is way more important than the non-belief of people who have no clue, and that's fine. I don't care. But it's just too anecdotal to claim it as evidence. But I am coming up. I do have something of a model to explain what I think synchronicity really is. Matt X says, funnily enough, I came into truth via Russian vids at the time he was getting into Mandela effects, which made me come across Stavely, which eventually led me to IPS. Yeah, Russian vids puts out some pretty good content. I don't know if he's still a domer. I know he was anti-dearth, but he's always been kind of an outsider. I've talked to him one-on-one a couple of times when he was hosting Dark Matter for a few episodes, and he seems very genuine. I never really thought of him as an operative or an agent, but he's always been, like I said, kind of an outsider. I don't know why. Like, I don't think he's hiding anything, but I think maybe he's just smart. He's obsessed with meatloaf, which is another Mandela effect, I believe. Is it meat, loaf, 2 words, or is it 1 word? Apparently, that's an earth-shattering revelation, that meatloaf is 2 words. By the way, Meatloaf, Mr. Bat out of Hell, ditched school on November 22nd, 1963, and he witnessed the assassination of JFK, and he was there at Parkland Hospital where JFK was pronounced dead 17 minutes later, and he put his hands on the Ford Lincoln and got the blood of JFK on his hands, if you believe him. He told that story many times. He was on the Huckabee show talking about it, and I thought, wait a minute here. This has got to be evidence of a lifetime actor. If he's involved in psyops, from the time he's a child, it's like David Hogg, for example, where they're part of the show. And the world stage that I say world stage, when I say it, I have a very specific meaning. I'm referring to the consensus worldview as generated by media, everything that's accepted into the mainstream perspective. I call it the world stage. And on the world stage, they manipulate reality by fabricating events with actors or politicians who are, basically acting in the capacity of essentially reality TV stars because they're following a script. And what is this script? The script is the prefabricated, pre-written history that the power elite are implementing through what we call news. And if you don't believe me, just think for 10 seconds about what fake news actually implies. The fake news stories, which are the minority of stories, because most of the news is real and mundane, but the fake stories, the psyops that drive the bigger narratives, those steer the course of reported history. Everything that goes in the history books is a direct reflection of the fake news. Therefore, we can say that our history is fake. It's bent, but it's bent to serve the interests of the power elite who control all media and all governments. I mean, there's only one government, and it's them. It's a monotheism for all intents and purposes. It is a monolithic, I guess, worldview system. It's a monopoly on worldview. Matt X says, RV, PK, and Call for an Uprising, Vigilant Christian, Mario, Enter the Stars, and Scariest Movie Ever. I was big into them back in the day. Well, they cover a lot of fascinating content. I think they're all really good. Even Call for an Uprising, who some believe is Russian Vids' alter ego. Very slick. But I only really listen to auto-hoaxers. And if you're not auto-hoaxing, if you're not a media skeptic, if you're not Psywar aware, if you're still lost in the forest of fakery and you haven't figured out the synchronization between entertainment and news in 2025, your opinions as a truther are not valid because you're not speaking from a place of truth. If you're in the MSM plus, if you're in the subset of the mainstream box, you're by default, you're a liar. And I hate to say it like that, but if I'm telling lies, I'm a liar. It doesn't matter if I'm well-intentioned or not. And you can't give well-intentioned liars a pass. And how do you define lies? You know, I mean, because people don't like to use that word. But who does it benefit to not use the word? Only the people who are bending reality like the news does. That's why I had an issue with the yellow sunner. The guy who said the sun used to be yellow. I'm like, okay, you're using a well-understood, I think we're kind of looking into this chemtrail thing as I'm saying it's potentially an active measure, that it's actually meant to saturate this field. But I'm talking to this person about the yellow sun thing, and I'm like, well, why do you have to use a loaded question? Like, if it were true that the sun's color changed, it wouldn't be difficult to make the case to prove it. But they rely on this, I'm just asking questions. So they're not accountable. So that when you call them out for spreading misinformation, they can say, well, I didn't say chemtrails did it. They get into sophistry. And if you're using sophistry, in other words, deception, you are technically a liar. And I'm not here lying or trying to shoehorn bad ideas into people's heads through deceptive presentations. I'm not here for that. We're here to, really just describe things as they are and not accepting things on faith just because everybody else is. If there's no evidence for it, you're under no obligation to believe it. But I question the motives of people who say this stuff. And what I find interesting, and I guess it's challenging to them, is that the people who pass on the misinformation have a difficult time letting it go. Like mainstream people have a hard time getting out of their mainstream box. Try to get a truther to admit they were wrong about something. It's rare. It's rare. Rather, they attack, like I was attacked. He said to me, you must have missed your medication. Which I find that bothersome when conspiracy theorists, who are always typified as mentally ill, call each other mentally ill when there's a point of disagreement. I'm not offended by it, although I have spent a considerable amount of time in my life with real mental illness, people who are mentally ill. I've been through visitation. I've been inside of asylums where you have dozens of people who are just not in this realm. So it's kind of insensitive also to say, hey, your opinions don't jive with mine. You're mentally ill, because it implies there's something wrong with you. And it kind of, I think, in a way, it effaces the suffering of people who are truly mentally ill. Like, we shouldn't use it as a pejorative, but ad hominem, you call me mentally ill and you're lying about the color of the sun for clicks. P. Trippa says, anyone notice something about airports, air towers losing comms? When Spain lost power, planes couldn't land, and Newark lost twice radar and comms. Very on script, if that's the case. Diana Southard says they can work up fake tears at the drop of a hat. Evil twin actors. Acting is lying. And, you're creating simulations. And it's just interesting to see how lies inform our reality. I call it the lie world order, because every psychological operation is technically a lie. Even if you couldn't point at somebody and call them a liar from the outside, because it's this well-crafted illusion and it gets internalized. they put a Truman Show in your head. And as long as you're speaking from the perspective of mainstream mediation, you're in their Truman Show. And the problem with conspiracy theorists is that they have gone deeper into the Truman Show. Now they're in an alternative version. They went from sleeping to having and dreaming to having a nightmare, but they haven't left the show. And what I'm pointing out here is that the people who operate in this world of illusions and hyperstitions and superstitions are in the show, and I'm just not. So I'm trying to draw make a point here, because we are drawing a distinction between our perspective, this off-world stage, and the on-world stage, is that anybody who still clings to false flag theory, people are really dying in psyops, or the sun used to be yellow, or geoengineering is real, if you're clinging to that stuff, or you're an anti-vaxxer still, or you're a America First, Patriot Front, MAGA warrior against the deep state, if you're QAnon, if you're in any of that, you're in the Truman Show. And it's just interesting to me how some people can't get out. And it's pride. I don't know what it would take, but I don't even know, maybe enough money. But take, for example, Crow 777. I like his content, like his channel. However, he still contends that vinegar in the front yard, boiled vinegar, will dissipate cirrus clouds, that it will clear chemtrails. Well, chemtrails don't exist. So if he's claiming that he's causing a change, well, then his boiling of vinegar is somehow dissipating cirrus clouds at 30,000 feet. And that's a fascinating thing if true. The problem with this is that these clouds dissipate whether or not somebody is down there boiling vinegar. So what he has fallen for is and I don't think he's fallen for it, but I'm not going to guess at his motives, but it's the faulty causality fallacy. And it's very easy to see it, but if you're stuck on the idea that you've been making the skies blue, that's going to be hard to let go, especially if you've devoted years to creating content on this premise, because now you have to say, hey guys, I've been wrong for the last 10 years. Condensation trails exist and boiling vinegar does nothing. No, they can't walk themselves back. So I'm wondering how many of these truthers are trapped in lies, in little boxes. They can't exit. Like, sorry guys, I can't leave the matrix. Diana Southard says, what's Tom Cruise twin cross up to these days of Trump Elvis twinsies? Well, his last installment of Mission Impossible just dropped, I believe. And I haven't seen them, but I started to watch the one that came out a couple of years ago. And the opening scene was all about these two crucifixes, twin crosses, that combine to form a key. So, I mean, I really feel like I should just binge watch all of these things before Tom Cruise goes to space. Matt X says, is it me or is the truth conspiracies boring now compared to back in the day? Well, they haven't really changed. They're just recycling the same old conspiracies, and they're all fake. The only real conspiracy is the one to control all minds through a monolithic media apparatus disguised as a multitude of outlets and platforms and genres. But no, it's all uniform. CG Eclipse says that vinegar talk never made sense. Well, it started back with Ron Paul supporters. They used to get vinegar in squirt bottles and they would spray the sky and then the clouds would go away. But I once dated a Wiccan who had this book that talked about how you could point at a cloud and focus your consciousness on it and the cloud would dissipate, or you could burn a hole through it. It was, I'm trying to remember the name of the book. Something like necromantic witchcraft or something crazy like that. But anyway, she was convinced that she could melt clouds and she would do it in front of me. She'd be like, yep, that cloud's going to go away. And I remember thinking it's going to go away regardless. It's like, oh, if you didn't do that, it would still be there. Like I can go back and see it still. It's almost like taking credit for the sun coming up. Like, hey guys, I know it's dark, but let me just focus towards the east. I'm going to raise my arms up. And then this glowing orb is going to come and light the world. Like, yeah, you could possibly make it look like, but it's a very simple illusion. So my question for someone like Crow 777 or Ron Paul followers is, can you admit that you're wrong? Because if you aren't wrong, it's one of the greatest scientific discoveries of all time. They should make a statue of you. I mean, that's a big deal. Surprised no one's run with that, like trademark that. But again, faulty causality, logical fallacy, and why do people cling to these things so hard? And this is going to be I think a revelation. As the tide turns, as more people adopt the off-world stage, and there are more people who are, I get emails, I talk to people are figuring out what really matters in this conversation. The media fakery and the understanding of how media works. That's really where we should be focused. And as more people adopt this, the people who are clinging to fallacious reasoning and superstitions of Trutherville, they're going to stand out. And the longer they wait, the less credibility they're going to have when they come to their senses. Like, why in 2025 are you recycling 20-year-old stale conspiracy theories? And then I call these people out on it to help them, but also to draw attention to this phenomenon, because we can't treat the conspiracy theorists like they're all just truly seekers after truth and they have pure intentions. A lot of it is clickbait sensationalism. I have noticed this. There's a new trend here of on Fox News, various presenters, this time Cameron Kinsey, and this was a former Trump administration official, collapsing on stage. So this happened in 2021 quite a lot.
It's not about.
Oh my goodness.
So what is this? What is it with people passing out on stage? Jungle Jim says, mind zap clouds. It'll happen faster if you spin clockwise circles. I do that while mind zapping. Well, I know a couple of simulation theorists who told me that the airplanes that do the contrails are demons, not actual planes. And that if you pray to the lightning god, Yahweh, and that's the god of the black Hebrew Israelites, and he's got the lightning bolt in his hands, if you pray to him, he'll zap the clouds away. Someone else told me that I'm spreading dangerous misinformation and endangering her family, and that if I get my blood checked, I'll find it full of nanobots. So they're spraying nanobots. But the UK announced something that they were admitting to geoengineering, which is not true. Not at all in the way that the conspiracy theorists think, because it's not something you admit to. It's crazy how a misunderstanding of the term geoengineering creates all this confusion. And I'm trying to correct course here. So if you still think geoengineering is a sci-fi weapon that Bill Gates wields and he can blot out the sun, if you still think that it's a technology that exists, then you are living in a fantasy. It's not even a viable concept. It's not even testable. We're talking about hypotheticals. Like, if climate change gets so bad, we're going to have to do something. And people take that and they say they're going to do this. Or it's already being done, or cloud seeding. So I'm trying to get rid of a lot of these really bad claims that are distracting from the only real conspiracy worth exposing here. For every person, every person who's wasting their time with sky phobia, that could be somebody that is building up our case. And what is our case? We have made the case here that mainstream mediation is a selective worldview that is controlled by a power elite that infuses the average person's mind with a number of superstitions, God constructs, hyperstitions that make them controllable, that make them easy to trigger and manipulate. So in other words, our entertainment is 100% infused with government propaganda, but it's even deeper than that, because we're not just talking about subliminals and advertisers using surreptitious means to get more money from you. We're talking about a psychological warfare where we are being indirectly coerced into complying with and agreeing with everything we see in the news, because we have lost our critical thinking. And even if you think you're thinking critically, you're not if you accept the premise set by the screen. So we're aware of lies when they're spoken, but the visual lies are harder to detect, and they're getting increasingly difficult. I mean, the deep fakery is almost to the point of no return. Maybe we're already past that point. Diana says, girls used to pass out while screaming at the Beatles. I believe they were paid actresses used to kick in. Yeah, exactly. They still do that. A lot of bands still employ shills and that kind of thing, building up the hype. But that was an early influence operation, the Beatlemania. Everything in the news is essentially an influence operation. SoundCloud took down Kanye's new song after it was uploaded, and X is limiting the visibility. I kind of think that he's overused shock for its own sake, and it's not shocking enough now. As I was saying before, he ceased to be shocking when he started walking his wife around on a leash while she was in the nude. It wasn't shocking at the time. And going back to racial slurs or Klan imagery, Nazi imagery, it's just not doing it. And I don't think that he's breaking new ground or opening the Overton window. He's being praised as some kind of a luminary, a misunderstood philosopher, like he's got a point. And I kind of don't think so. Diana Southhart says 2021 TV had a lot of people passing out. Well, that's what I was thinking. That's kind of returned. So I've been looking into this Rodney Hinton psyop quite a bit more. As we talked about, he ran into the police officer, 33 years, born on 6/11. His name is Rodney, which we were talking about the proximity to Rodney King. But look at this video here. He is being lionized as a hero. And he's openly displaying defiance. I would say it's performative because I'm still suggesting this whole thing is a hoax. But they depict him as defiant, surrounded by police officers. And the purpose of it is, of course, they built this Luigi-like scenario here, where Luigi's fighting the power. And the video released of his child being shot, his teenage son being shot, it seems to lend credence to the idea that it wasn't fair, it shouldn't have happened, and the father's rage was therefore justified. Now, he kills a cop, which had nothing to do with the shooting of his son, but to the fans of Rodney Hinton Jr., it was justified. Well, so I'm looking at this story, and then there's the other one with the Tyler Butler who shot the teenagers who were trying to break into his house, and the media reported that they were just doing a prank, and he went to jail. So I've just been following the buildup of all these various stories. And someone had called this guy modern day Nat Turner. And we were talking about the Turner Diaries yesterday. So this got me thinking about the Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, right wing, all their extremism is platformed. And that's going to be the scapegoat for the domestic violent extremists. The Turning Point is a reference to the Turner Diaries, the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh. And Nat Turner separately refers to the story of an escaped slave going on a killing spree. And the Nat Turner story came to us in the form of Django Unchained, directed by Quentin Tarantino. Although Ye claims he wrote it, Ye claims he came up with Django Unchained and that Jamie Foxx and Quentin Tarantino ran with it. But whatever the case, Jamie Foxx, Django Unchained, also becomes associated with the BLM after Trayvon Martin's death. This is why we started talking about him the other day, Jamie Foxx and his connection to BLM. But the Nat Turner, Turner Diaries, Turning Point USA, it all refers to this. And then you had Christopher Dorner. So at the same time that Django Unchained was out, Christopher Dorner claims systemic racism at the police department in LA kept him from getting promoted. So what does he do? He goes on a killing spree. He runs into a cabin and he's incinerated inside. Anybody care to guess how old Christopher Dorner was when he was incinerated in the cabin? And while he was on his killing spree, Mark Lamont Hill said, hey, this is like Django Unchained in real life. He was happy about it. He was cheering it on. I think he later kind of apologized. But at the time, I thought, now that's kind of interesting. The Christopher Dorner story is being linked to Django Unchained. So now this is an example of how when Mark Lamont saw Christopher Dorner murdering a bunch of people, he's like, oh, it's just like the character Jamie Foxx played in this movie. This is a righteous killing. This is how the movies frame your interpretation of fake news events. If Django Unchained had not come out, do you really think that Christopher Dorner's killing spree would have been lauded by Mark Lamont Hill? No. That's why it's relevant that we're talking about the movie Sinners in the context of the psyops of the day, or the movie Megalopolis in conjunction with this Soviet spacecraft that's falling down to Earth. But yeah, Christopher Dorner was 33 years old at the time. Not a coincidence. So here you have, it says Stand Tall. Again, this is about Rodney Hinton Jr. And he's being depicted as, again, an anti-hero, and we'll see where this goes. But now also, so Anthony Carmelo, who stabbed Austin Metcalf, what's going to happen if he gets a life sentence? Because there's already a huge contingent of the population who thinks that he should be free. A lot of free EG people. And then also, we're talking the Sinners movie, the twin stuff. It relates to the Austin Metcalf killing, even with the twin bleeding to death in the arms of the other twin. This is stuff we've talked about, but that is the backdrop where all these race war psyops, Shiloh Hendricks and the racial slur on the playground, raising a bunch of money, platforming a lot of racism on Give, Send, Go. Then you had the support for Austin Metcalf's killer, which also had sentiment from the other side justifying the killing. And then we have Rodney Hinton and Ryan Hinton, one shot by the cops, the other one kills the cops, now he's a hero. And then you have Tyler Butler, who kills the teenager in his backyard, who's a lacrosse player. And lacrosse has connections to the movie Get Out, Jordan Peele, the Jordan Neely psyop. Daniel Penny was a lacrosse player. So lacrosse is kind of symbolic of elitism. It's considered to be like a sport that's predominantly white, elitist. That's how it's been characterized, and that's probably how it's been used in these movies. In the movie, in the psyop here. So that's not a coincidence, but people are saying that Tyler Butler was justified in shooting these two individuals who were breaking into his house, but that the system is so biased that these white teenagers are merely doing a prank. And so now he's a murderer, not a homeowner engaging in self-defense. And the people on Twitter are noticing this. So we have back-to-back 4 different psyops that tie directly into this race war narrative. And then you have the Met Gala, which is all about Black activism. You had the Rosa Parks panties. Colin Kaepernick was there, Mr. Kneeling on the American flag. Kamala Harris was there in the black and white dress, black and white split down the middle. And again, there's some Civil War connotations here. And then we have this statues of random Black women popping up worldwide. I don't know the story behind it, but I'm just looking at it in context. CG Eclipse says lacrosse in Canada is the native Indian sport. Interesting. Well, it was played by the Strangler in Get Out. It was played by Daniel Penny, and then one of these students who was just killed was a lacrosse player. And what Sync had pulled up here was a couple of articles about the sports association. And I thought, well, that's kind of fascinating here. Because ultimately, the underlying story here is class war. It's the CEO who's the villain. It's the cop who's the villain because the cop is defending the unjust system. It's the killer of the cop and the killer of the CEO who are the heroes here. You have that Robin Hood with rob from the rich, give to the poor. So here's one here. Free this man right now. The American judicial system is corrupt. Butler faces charges of second-degree murder, malicious wounding. He's being held without bond. I'll play a short clip.
And kicking in their doors. That's not a prank. Because he shot and killed one teen and injured another one. Now he faces charges because they say...
So his name's Tyler Butler. We'll get more on this story later, I'm sure. Happened at 3 a.m. There were 3 teens. All right, moving on. We talked about this yesterday. again, the comparison that's already been made. Here you have it on Twitter. This meme's going around. If you support Luigi, you got to support Rodney. And of course, Rodney King riots, the the Tyree Nichols killing, well, beating by the police, but then he died, was compared to the Rodney King. And at the time we were analyzing it, and it was stylized. You know how the Rodney King was shot off from across the street? It was like the footage was over here, cops are over here, and he's like across the street. Well, the beating of Tyree Nichols was almost the same. I don't know if he got hit 33 times exactly, but wouldn't surprise me. This was sent to me by Calm Down today. This is pretty good. So a number of you have sent me some PSYOP trading cards, and I will be releasing those. So this one was sent to me by Calm Down today. Got a character holding a globe with money in his eyes, and it's labeled Jeranism. Pretty funny. Dinah Southard says, if you're coming in the back door at 3 a.m., castle laws are in effect. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, the news media had represented it as the game of knock and dash, where you knock on the door and run. But then as I follow the story, it's like, wait, they're saying it was the back door. Speaking of Rodney King, why is James Cameron always associated with submarine stuff? Well, that's all interesting. You've got the Rodney King beating, of course, was on film. George Holliday had recorded this, but he had been recording James Cameron at work on Terminator 2. And so the footage, the tape is Terminator 2, and it goes right into the beating. And what was Terminator 2 about? An evil villain cop. And there used to be censorship against the law being turned into a villain or being defeated by criminals. So it was kind of a big change to suddenly now the cops are evil. And Terminator 2, killer cop or bad evil cop as the villain, was on the same tape where the bad evil cops are beating up Rodney King. And then we can add to this, following this, James Cameron was filming a documentary called Ghosts in the Abyss. And Ghosts in the Abyss is a documentary about the sunken Titanic, the Titanic sinking. And Cameron had actually filmed the movie Titanic, released it in 1997. It splits in two. You've got the parts sinking like Twin Towers. You got jumpers. But he was at the site of the Titanic on 9/11. He had made 33 dives. So there's quite a lot there with him. The Abyss, of course, and then Avatar, Way of Water. We were talking about the significance of his films, Avatar, in this context. And then Terminator had Skynet, the AI that takes over. And the Pandora, the moon in Avatar, is a sentient planet. And you find out that Earth, Gaia, was sentient. So the idea of a global mind is a reoccurring theme here. And so the Earth, if it had a global mind, what would it do? It would defend itself against us. And that's why you've got the World Economic Forum's Gaia, which is, of course, the global AI. Ted Stryker is gifted 50 blue wrenches. That's a lot of wrenches. So if you remember, you got my video of the Francis Ford Coppola trailer. And I will be producing more members-only content. So thank you so much, Ted Stryker, for the gifts here. Marcel Copaesthetic, Decoding Monk, Ready or Not, Legillis, Penguinati, Eugene Retrospectology. We've got tons. Lickety Split, a lot of new members. Yeah, the Jeranism card's pretty funny. I got some other ones too. I did one. It was a Jesuit cassock with a globe for the head. Richard Jones, Blue Wrench Lodge member. Trevel C, Psyops Matter, Janky Frames covers, Chris's wife, Rebel Black, Tony Driscoll. This means you'll get notifications. Linda Curtis, A Job, Jungle Jim, T-Dog, My Third Eye, Barack Hailstein, Oliver, Princess Buttercup, Nicholas Pitts, K Swan, Ski 1384, Queen Diamond B. There were no planes. Good name there, because there weren't any. Neat Chiops, They Lie We See, good old-fashioned G33, King TL. There's a long line here. Again, those are titanium blue wrenches. Abuse the power responsibly. The story of the wrench is really, I think, what caused this think tank to emerge. Like, first we were just a YouTube channel, but we talk about certain things that would draw in trolls and just unserious people. And here we are getting a focus. Like, what are we really talking about here? What are we noticing, and what does it mean? And we do these real deep dives, and we don't just talk about something and forget about it. It accumulates. The fakery that we notice matters, and we have a group of people building up. But in order to make use of our time and to purify our discussion so we're not treading the same ground, we had certain rules. So we would ban people for certain things, obviously trolls, but we would ban people with religious agendas or people pushing a model. Like, we don't need a hollow earther to preach to us. What we're trying to do is analyze the facts in front of us and discern real from fake. So we had to get rid of agendas. We had to ban a lot of the Hitler fan club, but it just got to the point where we were screening out those who weren't up to par. But the screening process was more than I could do on my own. So I made every person a mod if they were vetted. So if you were able to answer the questions appropriately, how many people died at fill in the blank school shooting, and is space travel real? That's an easy way to screen out a lot of people. And so the people who got our wrenches were those who are already up to speed with media fakery. And I think I had issued out more than 400 wrenches at one point. So you'd go into our chat rooms, our chats would just be nothing but blue wrenches. And the rule was ban everybody because we have enough people. We didn't need any more people in order to do our work. So I said, just reflexively ban everybody. And if they're really serious, they can email me and I'll pull them out of the dungeon and hand them a wrench. So then the process was, you enter our chat, you get banned, you email me, you're vetted now, you get a wrench. So we had a large group of mods, and it's remained pretty much the same ever since. In fact, I recently had my original YouTube channel that was taken down in 2018 reinstated. So there's a lot of wrenches, 5,000 wrenches from 2017. Very valuable now. Nicotramus, appreciate that very much. He says, I've been out of the loop for a little while. Are we still on for 611 Doom, or is this the final year, or does it get extended? Well, the newest thing is this. Next week, Final Destination Bloodlines comes out. Final Destination came out in 2000, and it's about a group of people who dodged or missed their plane, and the plane blows up. Very 9/11-y. And it came out right before 9/11. So people had this in their minds. Sort of like how Mark Lamont Hill thought of Django Unchained when he saw Christopher Dorner on the shooting spree. A lot of people thought Final Destination when they saw 9/11 happening. So now you see the plane hitting the building, and you have a very visceral understanding of the terror that they went through, thanks to this movie that came out right before. Well, this new one's coming out, and it goes into the backstory, and it says that, no, before the plane crash was dodged, the grandmother of that original Death Dodger had warned people that the Space Needle was going to blow up. Something terrible was going to happen. So she warns everybody not to go. And what happens is the Space Needle doesn't get hit by Death. Death realizes that it wasn't going to be a big score, but wants to retaliate. So that's why Death sent the devastation to the characters in Final Destination 1. So now you have a connection between the Seattle 9/11 event that we're waiting for and 9/11 in the fictional universe of the Final Destination franchise. I watched the trailer, and it was starting off with the Space Needle and alluded to a prophecy. Where have we heard about Space Needle prophecies before? Oh yeah, Jurassic Liars. So we have been talking about this for some time, but the entire trailer was about the tower falling, the Jenga tower falling. There were various allusions there that I think we're correlating with 9/11, but the fact is 9/11 and the Seattle event 6/11, which is going to be the next 9/11, at least that's what the script seems to imply if we're trying to be specific. And it's 100% reiterated in this movie that comes out next week that will probably be the #1 movie on June 11th. In fact, I think there's a number of people who pulled out certain details from the trailer that we could even go into. So it would be consistent with the metascript if Seattle got 9/11. Also remember, the Wicked movie came out on 11/3 first. I mean, it had a 11/22 release, but it had a limited release on November the 3rd, which is the date of the One World Trade Tower that replaced the Twins, which was originally going to be called the World Trade Center Phoenix when Donald Trump was involved in the planning of the replacement for the Twins. But Wicked ends when the witch flies above Oz. And I don't know for sure, but I kind of think the Wizard of Oz might represent Trump in this context. And behind her, the sky lights up, purple lightning like an EMP, and Emerald City goes dark. Seattle is the Emerald City. So I took that to mean, okay, there's something going on here. Now, what JL pointed out is that the actress that played the Wicked Witch has Elvis's birthday, which is also very relevant to this conversation about the Seattle stuff. But not only does she has Elvis's birthday, but she's playing Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar. So you got Christ, Elvis tied into this EMP scenario of Seattle, kind of built into it. And I watched the movie, and it does have a context in which this takes place where it seems like almost like a leftist uprising. Animal rights people, you have the fascist takeover, Wizard of Oz, he's speciesist. So like the teachers that were animals are being removed. So there's this almost Animal Farm-like aspect to it, but it's certainly showing Oz as fascist. And the Wicked Witch is basically Antifa. So I thought that's kind of interesting. Because I hadn't thought about Seattle getting hit from the left. It's going to be, in my view, most likely, like the Turner Diaries, a right-wing thing. But anyway, we're talking about Seattle, and it's coming up. Matt X says, the Space Needle gets destroyed in a TV show. Can't remember the name, though. I've noticed quite a few World's Fairs monuments getting destroyed in movies. Well, if you look at the body of predictive content for 9/11, Twin Towers falling, it goes back decades. It's pretty significant. Like retrospect, you could say, okay, we should have seen this coming. Well, we did see it coming. We saw it coming for years. Every movie you watched that had some element of predictive programming was you seeing it for years. They were acclimating you to this eventual psyop that's going to transform the world. And that's what they're doing with Seattle. There was a pretty good example of this with the Let's Start World War III video that came out on 3/11 in 2019. And it was a Japanese pop band, I think. And the whole thing is they do their video in Seattle. You see them on the yellow brick road. They imitate Donald Trump. And then they imitate Donald Trump getting shot and falling to his death, apparently. I mean, the video's deep, but the band's called World Order. Let's Start World War III is the song. And it came out on 3/11 and takes place in Seattle. And remember, Colony, Season 3, Episode 11 is where I first noticed this thing where Seattle is going to be ground zero for the reset of civilization, the reboot of civilization. So before 3/11 was the center of the pandemic, I said Seattle's going to be ground zero for the reboot of civilization. Well, here we have the Great Reset coming out of Seattle. So again, the Seattle Space Needle figures prominently in this scenario that seems to indicate that the next major 9/11 is going to be some kind of a nuke, whether it comes from the water or very high altitude or both, but specifically Seattle. And symbolically, the Space Needle represents the same thing as the One World Trade Tower. The Space Needle represents this Tower of Babel that's meant to fall. It's a UFO. And what does the UFO imply? You know, it's the idea of going into the heavens, like the tower. But it has a lot of symbolic import. And if they yank it, if they pull it, it's an iconic structure. And that's kind of what we're looking at here. And you can also look at the Space Needle, I think, as like Dr. Evil, had his headquarters there. But I think the UFO thing is highly significant. We were talking about the EMP next to it. So you got the needle, and you have the electronic music experience or electronic music project. No, experience music project. They changed it to something else, like modern or Museum of Pop Art or something, but it was called the EMP. And a lot of us have pointed out that it's got Chris Cornell, the statue there, which ties into the black hole sun. But again, I'm suggesting here that the next 9/11 event is coming from domestic violent extremists, and we've encountered a ton of predictive content pointing to Seattle and tying it with 6/11. Does it mean that date? Well, I'm not so much big on dates, but they are. I mean, think about it. 9/11 was very specifically chosen. 3/11. There's astrological timings, I'm sure, but 6/11 has a great deal of significance to the right wing. In fact, we were just talking about this because you have like McVeigh executed 6/11, age 33. Trump shot, and he started his campaign in Waco, where McVeigh got his start. He got shot at 6/11 in 33 seconds. And then we just had this incident where Rodney Hinton Jr. kills the cop who served 33 years, and his birth date is 6/11. So we're finding a lot of repetition here with these same sets of symbols and numbers. Here I am says patient 0 was in Seattle on 1/19. Yeah, the 1/19, the reverse 9/11. So 1/19 is the date that the ISS movie came out, where the ISS is falling from the sky. And I've connected the space station to this Tower of Babel concept. All the nations, one language, and a singular unified trip into the heavens. And Genesis 1:19, like Revelation 9:11, I think are both relevant here. Revelation 9:11 talks about the destroyer over the abyss. And the Abyss is the name of the documentary that James Cameron was creating on 9/11 when he was at the scene of the Titanic. And I would argue that the Titanic is the same symbol as the Twin Towers sinking. Sinking Titanic, sinking Twin Towers, falling space station. This is, I think, part of the bigger meta-scripted story of the fall of the West, as represented by a Tower of Babel-like construct. And this goes back to the nation's founding. 1776 AD is the year that we're given. But on the Masonic calendar, it was 5776 AL. So they have this year of light. You add 4,000 years. And 5776 is the height in inches of the Great Pyramid. And you've got the pyramid on the back of the bill, and it says 1776 on the bottom in Roman numerals. Well, on this same calendar, if you go back 4,000 years, 1776 AL is, according to their lore, 120 years after the flood, and it's when the Tower of Babel's construction begins. So you have this biblical timeline connected with Masonic lore, tying 1776 to the beginning of the construction of the Tower of Babel. And this is directly correlated with the founding of America. And then you have the One World Trade Tower, which is 1,776 feet high. And if you look at it up close, and you can find pictures of it, if you look at the One World Trade Tower, yeah, it looks like a big syringe from far back. Kind of looks like a Klan hood from certain angles. But if you get close, it looks like the pyramid with the capstone. And again, the symbol here, the One World Tower, is the same as the Space Needle. We're talking about a symbol of the West and of this build up towards this thing falling. So the Space Needle, again, and the space station, I think these are all part of a continuous set of symbols, and it's all in the architecture. Even in New York, you have the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. It's the biggest cathedral in the world, I believe. And on its pillars, you have the Twin Towers getting bowled over by a tidal wave. And it's designed to represent New York as Babylon. So then you got the Twin Towers falling. You can kind of see how this ties together with Megalopolis, which is Megalon, and it's designed to be the new Rome, and it's falling because the satellite hits it. And again, if you just got here, we have already brought this up, but there was a Russian satellite sent into space, headed towards Venus, didn't quite make it, I guess, and it's going to land on Earth sometime in the next 4 or 5 hours. Lieutenant Weinberg says, no matter what happens in Seattle, it will be fake. So you should get 33 gallons of water. Yeah, rest assured, nobody died, nobody cried. It's not suddenly going to turn real. Now, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry to all of you in Seattle if I told you to stay and report for us. The title of tonight's live stream, Russian Satellite Intended for Venus Falls to Earth, Unlimited Hangouts, and Yellow Sunners. We've already dealt with the Yellow Sunners. They're just being dishonest. And now the question is, can they admit to being wrong? Unlimited Hangout. That's what this is. So the limited hangout operation is when a secret is so big and potentially destructive that it's guaranteed going to leak. Somebody's going to get paid to leak it. It's going to leak. So what do? They do what's called a limited hangout, where they let some of the information out, and then they look at who notices. And they get all these people who are aware of the big secret, and they get their names, they get their numbers, and they control the flow of information, and then they misinform them. Every conspiracy theory is essentially a limited hangout where they give you a limited version of the big story, and they control the release. This is what I term guardrails. When I say they're guardrailing an issue, it means that they tell you enough to let you know that, yes, you're correct. There's a conspiracy here. But they don't let you go far enough to find the truth. They limit you. And this channel is an unlimited hangout. Our objective is to get all the information out, and then we'll figure out what is. Nicotrama says, what happens to Garrow if 611 doesn't pop off? He can't extend the prediction. Well, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about his rationale here. If we could go back in time, let's say we started this conversation, which would not have been possible. We didn't have access to the media in the way we do today. But 30 years ago, if we were all hanging out, we could be looking at stuff saying something's going down in New York. Twin Towers, get out of the Twin Towers. Don't be there on 9/11. But you could have guessed this from predictive programming, maybe even 33 years prior, looking at Space Odyssey. Like, these towers are being built to be torn down for some dramatic ritual when we're being transitioned into a new age. So you wouldn't have been wrong. So for him to pinpoint June 11th as some kind of a key date, it's very consistent. I mean, the fact is, last year, like he said, 2 dates, 6/11 and 8/4 are significant in this story. Look, last year Trump was shot at 6/11. So it's very hard to just dismiss it. So, but anyway, the whole thing is not about predicting and saying I was right. I predicted the day of the psyop. I mean, I went and saw a movie called Flight Risk, and I said, get ready for a couple of weeks of aerial immolations. At the end of the year, I said, there's a trailer for this film called Homestead. Los Angeles is going to get nuked. And what happened to Los Angeles? Now, they compared it to a nuke, but you had the fires. What I'm pointing out here is that we are consistently calling things out based on media. The political landscape of the day, including specific characters like Laura Loomer or Elon Musk, I called out everything that's happening with Antifa, the burning of the Cybertrucks, the Luigi stuff, even this Rodney Hinton stuff. We called this out based on the madness. Now, are we doing so to the day? Not really. I don't think it really matters. I mean, what I'm looking at here is the frame of reference for the public. It comes before, or it happens simultaneously. So we are 100% correct in our analysis here. How many examples do we have of setting the stage for the Trump head wound leading up to it? And what I'm saying here is, like, I don't think we should look at Drastic Liars as merely making a prediction about a specific event on a specific day, but so much as we're looking at the general landscape here. And what he has picked up on is consistent with what we're looking at. But like, if we reduce it to merely making predictions, it's like the gematria calculator, people who every time there's a Super Bowl, they say it's going to get nuked or the next big one is coming because of this number. And no, we're not really engaging in that kind of noise. There's a lot more signal to noise here. Lieutenant Weinberg says there's a new trailer for an airplane terrorist style movie coming out with Josh Hartnett. Now, was he in Pearl Harbor? I think he was, because Pearl Harbor came out right before 9/11. And when 9/11 happened, they said, oh, it's this generation's Pearl Harbor. And the movie was about planes crashing, and then, of course, people going to war and fighting against it. Pearl Harbor movie. And it came out right before, so it sets the stage. Yeah, it is that same actor you mentioned here, Josh Hartnett. So he's in a terrorist-style movie. Interesting. Jungle Jim says, best show on the internet, and you found it. Congratulations. Like the video. Thank you. And we are a think tank here. So it's not just about me, because one person couldn't possibly correlate all this. Although AI is making it much easier to do this. I'm putting up some graphics as posters, and this one's going to come out soon. I have to add some more details. But it says programmed on top, deprogrammed on bottom. Very simple. If you're honest with the test, the quiz that I'm going to bring with it, there'll be a short quiz. Are you programmed or deprogrammed? We need to have a litmus test like we used to do. We're getting back into Discord. We have a Discord server. I want to utilize voice chat, but I don't want to be inundated with people who are stuck in Trutherville. They drag everything down. But I don't want to be rude and bring a bunch of people in and then hit them with blue wrenches. So what I'd like to do is pre-screen our new membership. And if you're already there, you're there for good. I mean, it's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is I would like to have a little quiz. Answer a few questions, and this will determine where you are. Are you programmed in the MSM box, which stands for mainstream mediation? And this references the worldview as perceived by the consensus, what everybody agrees on. And there are certain points of unanimous agreement that frame our worldview collectively. Like everybody knows dinosaurs, Big Bang, planet killer asteroids, global warming, like the big stuff that we all agree on but debate over, that there's no question about. So the big box. And the big box is so big that, and there's so much agreement that the little disagreements get drowned out. So the conspiracy theorists is kind of the minority here. All the conspiracies gather together, the conspiracy theorists, into a subset, and I call that MSM plus. So these are the people who say, well, obviously, the Trump assassination attempt was orchestrated by the deep state and Barack Obama, and they killed the patsy, and there was a second shooter. Well, I call it MSM plus because they take the mainstream version and they add a bunch of stuff for it to make sense. Like, make it make sense. Well, if you have to add on to a liar's story to make it palatable, that makes you a co-liar. So MSM plus are co-liars. They are engaging in, I would say, well-intentioned oftentimes, but conspiracy theorizing to make sense of lies. But their fundamental flaw here is they begin with the premise that what they see on the screen is true. It's just a question of the interpretation. Well, that doesn't take into account the fakeability factor. And fakeability is huge. Fakeability refers to psyops, influence operations, CGI fakery, outright lies, simulations, mass casualty simulations presented as real. So if you're not aware of the news media's capacity for fakery, then you get the basic premise and you work off of that. And that makes you somewhat naive because you can say, I mean, this is not hyperbole, that the media is a liar. But it's not a bad liar. It's actually a very good one because good liars get the trust first and then they lie. And they lie strategically when they can get away with it. So the media is an excellent liar. Now, if you reject the premise of the screen because you're aware of psyops and hoaxes and manipulation and filters and all the tricks of the trade, if you recognize that every story needs to be vetted, that you can't believe headlines, and you can't even believe the reportage for a few days because you need to wait for more information. If you've divorced yourself from the automatic belief pattern, then you're outside the box and you are in what I term the off-world stage or deprogrammed. MSM minus. So MSM minus, MSM, and MSM plus are the three categories. You're in one of the three. Now, MSM plus encompasses Trutherville, but if you lean left, you end up in Woketown. But Woketown and Trutherville are identical in structure. They just have different scapegoats. You got critical race theory on the left, you got critical Jew theory on the right. Same story, same grievance politics, different scapegoat. You got the chemtrails contrasted with the climate change, same ubiquitous threat, but different scapegoats. So anyway, the pop quiz that I'm going to create here will make it very easy to determine where you are. Because truthers are going to want to say that they're deprogrammed, but they're not. They're not if they're believing in superstitions, hyperstitions, psyops, false flag fallacies. And we're going to clarify this because we are a distinct demographic from the passive news consumers, both woke, red-pilled, and mainstream. Those are all passive. And by passive, I mean that they don't pre-vet, but rather they believe reflexively and work off of their belief systems. And the active consumption of media means suspension of judgment and the application of a skeptical methodology. Going through some comments. Ollie Goering says, why do I imagine gerbils glued onto IPS's face for a beard? Oh, I could get a glue-on beard like the one that Alex Jones wears. Look, I don't think Alex Jones has been replaced, and he deserves credit for getting into shape. I don't think he's been replaced. I don't know if he's replaceable. I was wrong when I said he wasn't replaceable. He's too idiosyncratic because if you look, you've got 30 years of content. That's a pretty big knowledge base to feed into the AI. So he could be replaced. Anybody could be replaced. I could have been replaced. I could be AI. How would you know? Ms. L says there needs to be a PowerPoint for catching up. Yeah, that's what we need to do. One of my plans here, before June 11th, I wanted to do an auto hoax con, like an auto hoax convention. We did a couple trial runs, but they were just online. But I want to do a composite, kind of a hybrid online, and then some locals. But I wanted to have a day of auto hoaxology 101 for the normie, basically media skepticism, media deconstruction, metascript analysis, because metascript is one of our, I think one of the things that we've kind of spearheaded here is the recognition of it. Nobody's figured out what fake news is for. They think fake news is to win points against the other side. It's just partisan lying. No, fake news is much deeper than that. In fact, the term is kind of a misnomer. But what we're describing here, what we've discerned, is that the purpose of fake news is that by bending history, they control the present, they control the past, and that gives them a great deal of creative control over the future. It's like Sun Tzu's Art of War, where the I guess highest aim or the best application of the principles of warfare and psychological warfare is basically subduing your opponents, subduing them without even drawing your swords. And I think that through the use of media psywar, they have taken total control over billions of people. And it's pretty impressive if you look at it from that perspective, that you're just looking at how do the few control the many. They don't have the numbers to do it by force, and they don't really have a lot of the weapons of mass destruction, but they've convinced people of it. We live in the village. And a literalist said, how come comets and asteroids work while the Earth and solar system are spinning millions of miles per hour through time and flat space? LOL. Good question. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a, quote, flat earther, but I don't think that we have enough information to trust the model we've been given. So I'm just suspending judgment. But I've been thinking about meteors and asteroids and the such. And I'm thinking, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say. Because subtracting the assumption of outer space and orbiting bodies and these things falling to Earth, what else would they be? What could we be looking at? I have a few ideas, but maybe I'll save it. I don't want to get into metaphysical speculation. Like, I don't even believe the universe exists until we experience it. So I'm already outside of the mainstream box. I do think this place was built for us. All right, so we were just looking at this diagram. There will be more. And I just want people to be honest with themselves. Like, if you believe that some people die at some mass shooting hoaxes, well, then you're in MSM+. You're like, well, I don't trust the mainstream version. There's more to it. But if you're not subtracting primarily, if your body count hasn't dropped to 0 for lack of evidence, then you're still in the box. And we need to recognize what the programmed mindset is and how it contrasts with the deprogrammed. Doesn't mean we're better. Being deprogrammed it means that we're aware of the fact that there is a one world religion, but it's dressed up like science and it's disguised. It's more or less covert. But if you define religion, not so much as the traditional religions, but the same structure. You've got the priesthood. You've got the it's almost like a template. You've got the god constructs. So we do have Gaia, the angry storm god. We have the parallel eschatologies with climate change, geoengineering. You've got modern concepts that replace sin for people who don't believe in sin. Angels are the new, angels have been replaced by aliens. I would argue that COVID is a devil that the atheists will believe in. Same thing with Gaia is like a god construct. So taken together, all these god constructs, the hyperstitions, the fake history, again, provably fake, means that we exist on a backdrop of fiction. We exist in a religion, no different than Scientology. NASAtology is the world religion, and their heaven is space. Their utopian vision is the perfect Mars base, sustainable habitat when all mankind has become one and we've transcended the material world and climate change and republicanism and MAGA. Like, it's utopianism, but it's a religion. And it's an ancient system anyway. I look at religion as old fake news, and now we're living through the new iteration of it. Lieutenant Weinberg says, it's impressive how they've done it. They're incredible. I think there might be 6 other continents, and they're telling those people the same stuff and playing the worlds off each other. I'll make one concession as a hypothetical, because I don't have a model because I don't have enough information. Until some scientist can explain synchronicity, precognition, and telepathy to me, then we're not on the same sheet. Science hasn't reached that point yet to explain these things, and it's a work in progress. I'm not trying to rush them. But I don't think we should relegate these things to paranormal superstition and ignore them. I think they should be scrutinized. So the model question, again, not a big deal to me, but let's just say, okay, fine. Let's give Jaron and McToon the benefit of the doubt. It's a big ball. If it's a big ball, the pictures of the big ball are still fake. So explain. My explanation is the big ball we've been shown only has half the continents, and that much of the uncharted waters out there are continents of civilizations more advanced than us. We're in the dark ages comparatively. They laugh at us. We're probably like the way we doom scroll on Twitter. They're looking at us through another lens. And of course, at the Atlanteans probably. Atlantis sank, I believe, but maybe that's just code. Went underground. So if that's the case, then we are quarantined. And I've seen some things like in Westworld, in Hunger Games, even Clash of the Titans, that point in this direction, where the elite, the gods, the programmers sit around a circular table that has the Earth on it, like a map, and they manipulate it from above. Sort of like the UN map, where you have all the continents splayed around the center circle, and then you've got the ring around it. And I think it's Caesar's, what do you call that? The thing you wear, it's a symbol of Apollo around his head, the laurel wreath. Now, if you look at the world stage as such, so the world stage exists. It's either it's just the mental construct that we live within and they manipulate. So that exists. And the map is not the territory. Our mental model is not the real thing. And if you think the real thing is being shown to you on the screen, they've got control of your mind. That's where they have people thinking that since the news is glitchy and fake, reality is glitchy and fake, simulation theorists are mind war casualties. It's not a theory, and they arrived at it because what they saw on the screen. That should tell you something. But to your point about more land, the most likely thing to me would be certainly that we've been quarantined and there's a lot more land, and they can hide it from us by falsely misrepresenting things. I mean, think about how we accept just because we observe it. If they're lying about the news and controlling history, then why wouldn't they lie about cartography and the maps? If they're lying for power, control, consolidation, and monopoly, well, what greater monopoly is there than land? And instead of having to perhaps, I mean, I'm not quite sure. I've thought about this before. I thought, well, they probably enslave whoever's there. I mean, I don't think they would have a complete blank slate, like human free. It's possible. I mean, it's possible that, like someone had suggested here, that we're preparing for a conflict. In fact, I've been reading this book by Dave Weber. It's this military sci-fi story about this portal that's discovered that connects two universes. So you have two human civilizations. One of them is technologically advanced. The other is Dark Ages, but they're at war. And, it's an interesting idea, this collision of these two worlds, but that could very well be the case. I've entertained the notion that these other places could be designed in any way whatsoever. Mars could be a place on Earth. We could have Martians. Although I think the Martians are underground in these $21 trillion underground cities that they have been building at taxpayers' expense. I saw a pretty good breakdown of it. Someone was just talking about this today on my Twitter feed. So this conversation has been about the $21 trillion put into an underground city for the elite to survive in. Ooh, wait, look at this. His case had 3 policemen acquitted. Interesting. Now, did they acquit the guys that beat Rodney King? I'm going to have to look at the 2 events. So Terry Nichols and the group that beat him to death, it was like this plainclothes cop group called the Scorpions or something. It's just really bizarre, very soppy. So Tyree Nichols was 29, died January 10th, 2023. Again, that was the event that was followed up by protests. They shut down I-55. Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter shows up. L. Sharpton gave the eulogy at Mason Temple, the place where, right before he died, Martin Luther King gave his speech about the Promised Land, or something like that. Yeah, that's the one. And then, of course, it was the 55th anniversary of his assassination. Tyree Nichols, shock and anger in Memphis as 3 cops acquitted. Yeah, this is inflammatory. This is going to add on to, and I had mentioned the Rodney Hinton character alluding to Rodney King, and this Tyree Nichols was compared to Rodney King. Fascinating. A lot of us were shocked. A member of the Black Lives Matter says here, she warns that this latest acquittal will embolden the Memphis police to do whatever they want. Now it's 3 cops. And okay, this is interesting too, because the name Tyree Nichols, I mentioned this earlier, the Hiram Abiff martyr story, Trayvon Martin. Then I mentioned the connection between Jamie Foxx and BLM. Jamie Foxx was in They Cloned Tyrone, and this came out the same year, which is why it's relevant, because the cloning is like this resurrection story. Then we talked about the character named Terry, whose confrontation with the police, the corrupt police, mirrored that of Tyreek Hill from the Dolphins, who was pulled out of his car, just like the Netflix show that was on at the same time. But the name Tyree, or Tyrone, or Tyreek, or Trey, like Trayvon, these are part of a pattern, and I think it all refers to Hiram Abiff. And he's killed by these 3 assassins. So you got these 3 cops. Some have connected the 3 hobos at the JFK assassination to these figures who are the ones who kill him in this ritual. But yes, the Tyreek Hill story, where he's pulled out of the car, was compared. I saw people on Twitter saying this is just like Rebel Ridge, as I alluded to earlier with Mark Lamont Hill and the Jamie Foxx movie Django Unchained, comparing the contemporaneous psyop to it, the Christopher Dorner thing. Now, Jamie Foxx was 55 that year, 2023. Donald Trump was in jail on 4/4, which was the 55th anniversary of the MLK Jr. assassination. And at the time, Jamie Foxx was on a movie set and they said he died. And then he came back to life. So there was that story. And then there was rumors that he had been replaced, that he was a clone. After these rumors of him being a clone, having been replaced, having died at 55 and come back, after all this, he's in a movie called They Cloned Tyrone. So Tyrone also has that same Tyre in it. And Jamie Foxx being in it, and in it, the person dies and comes back to life. So I'm like, okay, resurrection theme here confirmed. Interestingly, the actor who played Terry in Rebel Ridge, again, Terry, another anagram for Tyree, he was going to be in They Cloned Tyrone. He was the first pick. So it's a set of names that I think refer to this martyr cult, which is what BLM is essentially about, the martyr. And Trayvon Martin, I think it's all about the martyr thing. So consistent pattern, Rodney King, martyr, hit 33 times. Tyree Nichols, definitely a martyr case. And now those cops being acquitted. So what happened to the cops that beat Rodney King? If you don't have the Perplexity app, I highly recommend it. Googling isn't good enough anymore. And not a lot of people are using Google as much as they used to. I don't think anybody's Googled me in a long time. Everyone's using Perplexity. I don't Google anything. Like, that's not how you find stuff today. Okay, let's look here. Rodney King, who was beaten for 1 minute, 19 seconds. Rodney King, cops acquitted. In the Rodney King case, 4 LAPD officers were acquitted of assault and excessive force. It was caught on video. The verdict led to widespread unrest and riots in Los Angeles. Okay, so there was an acquittal. So there's another mirror here. Rodney King, Terry Nichols. And now we got the Hinton situation, the Austin Metcalf, Anthony Carmelo situation, the Shiloh Hendricks adding to this climate. And now, Tyree Butler. So this other guy who shot the 3 kids in his backyard. So the 3 again, and his name is Tyree. Butler seems to be a Butler, Pennsylvania kind of tie-in. But again, you have another 3 individuals, and the martyr in this case is the shooter. So I'm saying the name Tyrone connects to Hiram of Tyre, and it connects to the story of King Solomon, this biblical lore, but it all forms the basis for Masonic lore about their martyr, who is King Solomon's architect, and he dies protecting the secrets. And this is a ritual that every Mason goes through. It's called being raised. And what it means is they are initiated, they're symbolically killed, defending King Solomon's secrets, and then they're raised from the dead. So in the capacity of that ritual, in the ritual, you are in the capacity of the martyr. So you're playing the role of Hiram. And in all these various martyr scenarios, we find elements of these ceremonies. Remember Michael Brown? Hands up, don't shoot. That's Masonic. Hands up, don't shoot is the hand sign of the Master Mason, but specifically, it's the hand sign that Hiram Abiff makes as he's killed. As he's killed, just like Michael Brown, it's hands up, don't shoot. Now, after that event, the cop that shot Michael Brown went into hiding. And Spike Lee made some tweet and shared the address of somebody with that name and sent a mob to the wrong place. So I bring this up because the other night we were speculating as to who directed Michael Brown, that whole event, because we were talking about the Spike Lee movie Black Klansman. And I had suggested that Spike Lee's directed a lot of these martyr events. So it's kind of notable that he was involved in the Michael Brown case as a celebrity, sending a mob after the shooter. All right, moving on. So we started off today to history is a lie, a manufactured perspective of the world driven by fake news and simulated propaganda, and the news media exists in the same worldview shaping echo chamber. And we're talking about the old Russian satellite falling to Earth just as predicted in the movie Megalopolis. Just another example. And I think there's some subtext to it. Again, remember, this Russian satellite was on its way to Venus. So there might be this whole Venus, Lucifer thing falling to Earth. I don't know. Makes me think Mr. Satan. There's something in this. And that movie Megalopolis, we kind of touched on it a few times here, but the Adam Driver's connection to Neo is highly significant because Neo was, of course, the Matrix has allusions to 9/11 with the passport thing. So there's this 9/11 kind of built-in theme here with Megalopolis. Let's see here. Infinite Plane Society Twitter account is IPS Think Tank if you want to follow me. I just shared this today. I found Vincent Fuchsia. Vincent Fuchsia was the guy that pretended to be JFK Jr. so he could get groupies. And he fooled MAGA because they thought this was JFK Jr. in a hobo costume and that he was sneaking up on the deep state and he was going to arrest Hillary Clinton and come out as Trump's running mate. That's why in the insanity of the 2020 election, you had big giant flags that said Trump Kennedy. And somehow they managed to placate the QAnons with RFK Jr. They didn't get JFK Jr. But people believed, and he let them believe, that he was, in fact, JFK Jr. in disguise. A little shorter, a little thinner, in a hobo costume. But I brought this up because Vincent Fuchsia was right behind Donald Trump during the fake assassination attempt in Butler last year. So what does that mean? Well, it means that he is part of the assassination psyop hoax, that he was part of it. Necessarily so. Anybody behind Trump that day were in on it. There were no outsiders. It was a closed movie set. Lean Dion says, what a cool sync on Neo's passport. Yeah, interesting little message from the universe. They put 9/11 on it. And the passport on 9/11 was one of the main characters because it survived the conflagration, and it was used to identify the hijackers. Vincent Fuchsia. Oh, here it is. This is the other one I want to get into. This is Cosmos 2, intended to go to Venus, launched in 1972. And then I have this here. Venus is called Lucifer because in ancient Latin, Lucifer means light bringer or morning star, representing the planet Venus when it appears in the sky just before sunrise. In Roman times, Lucifer was simply the name for Venus as the morning star. Over time, it became associated with the fallen angel due to interpretation of biblical passages, notably Isaiah 14:12. So I don't know if that means anything, but the thing is, Cosmos 482, Venus connection. I don't know if that correlates with Isaiah 14:12, but it's there. And the thing is falling, they said, between, and this is NASA, between May 9th and 11th. So they kind of invoked a 9/11 here, between the 9th and the 11th. So it's going to be hitting here in the next 4 hours or so. I saw one timestamp claiming it's 6 a.m. I don't really know where it's going to land. I don't think Seattle. That'd be too convenient. I don't know if it's going to be New York or if it's just going to be a nothing burger and it's just going to burn up in the sky. But it seems to be a significant marker, if anything. It's not an insignificant event. The timing of it, there's some connection here. I think that maybe even with Francis Ford Coppola, Synchro had noted that they launched it as The Godfather hit the theaters. And that was the film that put him on the map. And now this latest film, which I don't think it's going to be his last, but it's sort of like bookends. The thing launches with The Godfather taking off. And they said that his career launch was stratospheric in the article. And now it's landing here as Megalopolis is released, and Megalopolis has it literally as like the main character. The catalyst for the whole story is this thing falling. Then we have this, again, just to reiterate, Rodney Hinton Jr. compared to Nat Turner. Christopher Dorner compared to Nat Turner, Django Unchained, Jamie Foxx, who again, big name in BLM. He was like one of the first ones to support the Trayvon Martin family. And then I think there's a strong connection between Nat Turner and Turner Diaries and Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. And a lot of people are saying modern day Nat Turner. So again, we've got another Luigi on our hands, another hero of the people fighting the power. And let's see here. Okay, here's something. This does not bode well for Malia Obama. So the Obamas are in film now. Higher Ground Productions, Leave the World Behind. They do predictive programming entertainment now. Well, Malia Obama created a Nike ad, and a filmmaker has accused her of stealing her entire shot. She pretty much ripped it off. So I'm not going to get into it. I don't really care. I'm just pointing out that Malia Obama is off to a bad start if she's from an independent filmmaker for a Nike ad. I don't know if you can ever get over that. But I think it's notable that the Obamas are involved in manufacturing predictive programming. That tells you, I mean, that reiterates everything that we talk about, that there's a certain level within politics and entertainment. I call it a security clearance society. But there's a certain point where those who are in the know are a kind of a small circle. And for a former president to be in a Netflix film that has so many relevant connections to incoming psyops, just kind of reiterates that, yes, we are looking at insiders and the profane, those who are outside the temple who don't know what's going on and take everything literal. All right, so tomorrow morning we'll be live to talk about whatever the old Russian satellite falling to Earth eventually hits. Let me go through your comments, make sure I haven't missed anything. Thanks for the comments, Ted Stryker. Thanks for the support, and everyone else. Nicotramus, could not do without. And I was behind on a couple of things, so we switched platforms. But I have redundancies. Like if I'm late on one platform like StreamYards, I'll just use OBS. We had a period of months where it was a lot of tech support, just trying to fix things, but I think we're past all of that. Yeah, Plain Dakota says, Tim, have you been following Ye's Hail Mr. Mustache stuff? It's bizarre. It's not as bizarre as the song about his cousin. I'm just underwhelmed by it. I'm like not really all that impressed. But I was never into his music in the first place. But even just as an artist, I don't know if it's edgy anymore. I just think that this has been standard fare 4chan stuff. It's been on X. It's been normalized so much that for him to release a pro-Hitler song now, too little too late. He should have done this back when he was shocking people still. It was still shocking when he went into InfoWars with Nick Fuentes. I mean, you could still have considered that to be shocking. But he's lost the shock value, so I just don't see it. Does anybody else think that there's anything useful to it? Like, I don't think he's a misunderstood philosopher. I don't think it's that deep. And I listen to a lot of music, and I'm not a critic of it. I can't really say it's good or bad. Some say overproduced. Like, I wouldn't really know. But I am going to say that there's really nothing all that shocking, because we've been studying the Hitler fan club for some time, from Nick Fuentes on down. And not a coincidence that Nick Fuentes was his campaign manager. I actually think it's a huge psyop that you have these neo-Nazi white power slogans being handled by black celebrities like Ye and Candace Owens. Like, why is that? Why couldn't you have someone like that white rapper, Tom McDonald, rapping about Hail Hitler? Like, they wouldn't do it. Why is that? And when Candace Owens got kicked off Daily Wire for anti-Semitism, it's performative. It's all performative. So she gets credibility with the conspiracy theorists because she's filling in this niche. But I don't really think his music is separate from the PSYOP entertainment complex. He's certainly a player in it, so it's worth studying. putting these memes out there, the ideas out there. And the black skinhead also the song seemed to foreshadow the trajectory he would take in his life. So it's like he's almost like he's acting out a character. But there's a case to be made that he's MK Ultra and isn't fully out of the box, in which case I'd be somewhat sympathetic to him. I heard him talking about his handler, some personal trainer who threatened him by saying, if you don't comply, we're going to drug you up into a zombie and you won't see your kids. Well, that sounds to me like somebody that doesn't have all the security clearances. Like, I find him fascinating in that regard, because he could have been born into the Matrix at a level where he doesn't have the security clearance of his parents, but they still have the connections to get him into the system, but he's forever going to be gate kept, guardrailed, and insulated. And he seems to have all the indications of somebody who intuitively knows he's in a box, and his way of fighting against it is just stymied because he is likely surrounded by mind control handlers. In fact, he even alluded to this more than once. The more that I think about it, I think that's likely the case. I feel like it's also the case with Pete Davidson, based on some of his own statements. Like, not everybody in the programming class is deprogrammed. In fact, I often say that 95% of them are probably in the box, except for this small little area of expertise. There's no way that just because Kate Perry knows space is fake, that she knows the school shootings are fake. I think it's very compartmentalized. But you can rest assured, Kate Perry knows space travel is fake. So she's got some kind of security clearance for some reason. Curtifest says, Tim, what do you think overall about Candace Owens? Well, I think she's just an intellectual, how to be polite about it? She's renting out her mind, because there's no way she could coherently believe the things that she espouses. She's pandering to a certain group. She's a propagandist. She's doing very well at it. I don't find her believable. She's in the role of a white nationalist trad wife, simultaneously not checking any of these boxes in any significant way. And I think her conversion to Catholicism is performative. Same with her friend Russell Brand. And then she's also friends with Andrew Tate. She backs all these individuals up. So it's a closed system. It's just a circus. Diana Southwater says, Ye is like Prince, who changed his name and was going against the MSM. And Prince died at 57 in his elevator with the purple lighting. We talked about that. Was like close to Holy Week 2019. It was kind of proximal to the Nipsey Hussle death. Jorge Glockington says, Bill Nye the Science Guy theme song, but the IPS version of it would be dope AF. You know, someone in the chat was trying to do a AI remake of Black Hole Sun, and they were going to change it to Yellow Hole Sun because we were talking about the yellow sunners. If you don't know what yellow sunners are, it's a subset of chemtrail enthusiasts. So if you have a room with chemtrail believers, about half of them are going to claim to remember how when they were kids, the sky was blue and the sun was yellow. But now the sky is milky white and the sun is like this distant LED bulb. And they all remember how it changed. Any comments on the new American Pope? My main commentary on the Pope thing was just the timing of the passing of the Pope and the stepping down of Dr. Klaus Schwab, both of them at 88, head of the WEF, head of the Vatican, the symbolism there. And then you have Donald Trump coming out cosplaying as Pope for a couple of days. But the twin thing is there. But he's been described as a woke Pope. They said the same thing about the last Pope. Don't really care, although him being a woke Pope is going to be problematic for Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos and all the rest of these on the right who converted to Catholicism. In fact, next week, Russell Brand and the EPA should be warned about this. They're going to do some kind of mass baptism. So they're going to be in the water, cleansing themselves of their sins. Lady Crux says, remember when the IPS compelled KP to say the earth is flat? We got a lot of people. We got Mike Cernovich to say it, Baked Alaska. And back then, somebody told me that, hey, you got to see if you can make Baked Alaska see it. This person suggested to me that Baked Alaska was a plant. And this was in 2017, 2018. He said, this guy walking around live streaming is an intelligence asset. So I was told that back then. That's the only reason I know who he is. On January 6th, he's one of the lead performers, a misdirectionist, calling Ray Epps a Fed. So you have a Fed calling a Fed. And then he goes into Nancy Pelosi's office and coughs COVID on her phone. He said he had COVID. So I knew he was an actor. But a lot of these actors who were there on January 6th were planted years in advance. And they probably knew. I mean, think about how when Trump got into office, he made this enigmatic statement, the storm is coming. And for years, the QAnoners were saying, the storm is coming. Any day now, the storm's going to come. Well, what is the storm? Storming the Capitol. It was in the script. Dylan's storm roof. Like the storm meme that was out there, the storm is coming. It was always pointing to January 6th. There's not going to be another storm. That was it. It was code. And January 6th, the date, the insurrection date, is encoded into a lot of this right-wing stuff like the 6/11 is. So 6/11, McVeigh and all this, but Waco, which incited McVeigh and incited Alex Jones, Waco was raided by the ATF over 1.6 million rounds. As the documentary Waco American Apocalypse says in the trailer, which aired and was released the day before Trump opened his 2024 campaign in Waco. So you have the January 6th, 1.6 million rounds connection there. Alex Jones got his start there, rebuilding Koresh's church. Alex Jones goes on to Piers Morgan and says, if you try to take the guns, 1776 will come again. Well, 1776 was all over January 6th. That was their 1776 moment. But why was he on Piers Morgan's show? Because the DHS had acquired 1.6 billion hollow point rounds. So he's there over 1.6 and invoking 1776 as a response. Waco, 1.6. Then January 6th. And then Dominion sues Fox for $1.6 billion for defamation. I have many more examples, but when we were looking at it then, it was pretty clear that this January 6th code 16 goes back 30 plus years. So it was always in the cards. The storm was always going to be storming the Capitol. Yes, Stormy Daniels. That was an interesting one too. Stormy Daniels, Q drop number 55. The first arrest will shock the world. And then Trump gets arrested. And when he goes in, of course, it was the 55th anniversary of MLK getting shot. And at the time, if you remember, 4/4/2023, Trump was being compared to Jesus. He even chopped up his suit that he wore to jail and auctioned off the parts, like the Roman soldiers auctioning off the garments of Jesus that they shredded. Saturday Night Live had a skit that Sunday, Last Supper. It was Holy Week. Marjorie Taylor Greene described him as Christ. He was also compared to King David and Moses. He's on his way to full-blown apotheosis. Mount Crushmore says, I'm wondering on your take on Cody Snodger's Timothy McVeigh testimony. I'll have to look. I have a few videos on McVeigh that I plan to study tonight because the 61133 code and the connection with Waco and Alex Jones, Dave Koresh, and Maxwell Azarello. So on the anniversary of the Waco is when the Oklahoma City bombing happened, right? But then when Trump was in court last year on 4/19, Maxwell Azarello set himself on fire outside the courthouse. So I thought that's got to be an allusion to Dave Koresh being set on fire. So you had this Burning Man theme with that date. And Maxwell Azarello, of course, had a manifesto that was pretty much class warfare. Interesting times. So to get back to that one person about 6/11, all I know is the public is about to be saturated with the image of the Space Needle being destroyed. If Final Destination does as well as this is Bloodlines. If it does as well as the previous versions of it, I don't know how many Final Destinations there have been, 5 or 6, but It's a very successful franchise. So that therefore, it's safe to say that starting in the middle of this month, the exploding Space Needle is going to be out there as a meme. It's on the movie posters. The movie poster has an exploding Space Needle with a skull above it, which kind of looks like the folded $100 bill that looks like a Space Needle with an EMP blast above it. But it's going to be saturating the world stage. It's going to be there. Just like before Trump was shot, how many movies did we see where a Trump-like character was being shot at? There were movies, there was the cartoon, the Batman thing. There were just so many overlapping movie trailers. So there's a consistent pattern here that I've been alluding to this entire time. Back to Christopher Dorner and Django Unchained, that there's always a parallel. Whatever is going to be faked on the news is going to have some corollary in the entertainment designed to set our frame of reference. We live on planet Netflix in a Disney universe. And to me, the fact that we live on planet Netflix is far more relevant to me than the shape of the world. The shape of the world's irrelevant if you don't know that we're living essentially in a movie. That's why I'm not interested so much in the final experiment. They burned a straw man. So yeah, you burned a flat earth model, but you did nothing to advance the truth here. And the people who went don't know news is fake, so they don't know how warped their perspectives are. And again, this is not conjecture. It's not hyperbole. It's just a fact. Just think, consider carefully what the consequences are for unchecked, uncorrected fake news. It aggregates. Every day is a page in the history book. And if you look at how it's steered, it's pretty evident that fake dominates real and that the design authority, the strangers, the metascriptors, have total creative control on this worldview monopoly. So like this new pope comes in, but it's like, as far as I'm concerned, the only real pope is Elon Musk for the Church of Nasatology, which is now the dominant religion. Plain Dakota says, we live on planet Netflix and our subscription rate is doubling monthly. I haven't been keeping up with Netflix. I just started watching The Last of Us on Amazon. And that one, look, it's all about the air, the fallout. There's something with that. Mount Crushmere, you don't think Chris Dorner went down that way because of auto hoax? Okay, Christopher Dorner does this anti-systemic racism killing spree, and it's concurrent with Django Unchained. So looking back, I'm thinking fake. He dies at 33, and there's no evidence because he was in a cabin, and they say they incinerated it. Nothing about the story makes sense. It got way too much attention. I think it was an op. And the storyline is, of course, that he is fighting against the corrupt system. Rodney Hinton fighting against the corrupt police. Tyree Butler is now fighting a corrupt system. The killer of Austin Metcalf, Anthony Carmelo, if he gets sentenced to life in prison, it's injustice. So I think it's all story building. And then Django Unchained, who mirrored Christopher Dorner, is played by Jamie Foxx. So you got Nat Turner-esque character portrayed by Jamie Foxx. And then Jamie Foxx is synonymous with Trayvon Martin and BLM's inception, popularizing it. So no, the Christopher Dorner thing was a real life performance of what was contained in the Nat Turner story and Django Unchained. And then with that actor, Jamie Foxx, also attached to the Trayvon Martin thing. So I have no reason to think it was real nor organic. Lieutenant Weinberg says, if you're tired of the Netflix, Tim, rewatch The Prestige. I did watch it with American Psycho, Christian Bale, and David Bowie's in it. Yeah, I did watch it, and it's certainly interesting. Although they kind of leaned into some quasi-mystical stuff with the Nikola Tesla. But certainly worth watching. A must-see. And it was kind of interesting to see David Bowie as Tesla. That has to have some kind of subtextual meaning because he's the one that they put in the Tesla Roadster they sent into space, Starman. And David Bowie, Elvis's birthday, for a few reasons that's notable, but Starman is the savior from space. And in the 1972 song called 5 Years, it's a prophecy about the Starman who would be born in 77. And the Starman idea in the movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth, is that the Earth is going to be destroyed eventually because climate change, and this alien whose planet was already destroyed by climate change has come down to save us. And there's a lot of fascinating connections between The Man Who Fell to Earth and Jeff Bezos. And this alien who through a human proxy creates this world corporation and becomes wealthy enough to build himself a rocket ship back to Mars or wherever he is from. I didn't see the second season of the new version of The Man Who Fell to Earth, but I know it had to do with Seattle. Jorge says, rip Mad Mike Hughes. Oh yeah, speaking of Mad Mike, I saw this video on YouTube, reminded me of him. This guy had a car, he put wings on, built a ramp and put a jet engine on it, and attempted to go across a river from America to Canada. And I think there was bumps on the ramp that caused it to break apart, and he didn't make it all the way. I don't know if he survived, but it's an epic video, like a daredevil stunt. And it's amazing how many people still got the Mad Mike story wrong from the very beginning. So if you haven't seen it, there's an article in the New Yorker called Looking for Life on Flat Earth. And it's a Mike and the flat earth thing and how the conversation started. And they actually report us describing how he talked to the Infinite Plane Society about his plan to build a raccoon, which he did. And the raccoon is a rock, and it takes it to the stratosphere. So it goes past the densest part of the launches from there. So if you look at the screen, 1979 stunt driver Kenny Powers attempted to jump his car a mile in the air from Canada into the United States. So Mad Mike Hughes was doing daredevil stunts for like 30 years. That's what the news media got wrong. He wasn't like a flat earther trying to prove the earth was flat by doing a daredevil jump a few thousand feet. That was a misrepresentation and a very shallow take, but it was probably deliberate. But he was a daredevil prior to that. And one of his Guinness Book stunts that he got a record for was a 102-foot limousine jump. Well, here you have, again, Kenny Powers. Now, he survived. Now that I think about it, I remember the story. He survived because the parachutes automatically deployed or something. Mike's final launch was done during the filming of a TV show called Homemade Astronauts. And they said, at the time, the individuals working with him, they said that he did not want to have automatic parachutes or parachutes that would be remotely detonated. He said then it wouldn't be a daredevil stunt. There had to be the possibility of death. The first time we spoke, he said he had a 30% chance of living. He didn't tell me 70% chance of dying. He said 30% chance of living. And that's a fundamental difference in outlook, which I appreciated. And he did live. I mean, he broke a record. He got his documentary. He got his world fame. He had a lot of interesting things happen in the course of his build up to the launch and afterward, the Flat Earth Conference thing. A lot of media attention, got a lot of people talking and looking. As a daredevil, he certainly did what he said he was going to do. And the documentary is called Rocket Man. After that, the Science Channel found several individuals who were going to try to independently go to space. And he was one of them. And they were filming the final episode of the season. And this was on 2/22/2020. And his rocket was set to go 5,000 feet. And I remember he told me that they were adding a bunch of water. There's going to be more G-forces. He wasn't sure what it was going to, because the G-forces, unlike when Kate Perry goes to space and she's just smiling like she's on a music video, it's actually pretty brutal if you're not faking it. So it seems like he was probably jolted unconscious on takeoff, and they didn't have the remote detonation for the parachutes, so he wasn't able to open it. They tried. They yelled him on the mic, pull your chutes, but he wasn't able to. Now he did go 5,000 feet, did set some records. And yeah, Jorge says Mad Mike is a legend. Went out like a boss. Nothing but respect. Well, he built a rocket in his garage, and if you watch the documentary, you'll see on a $15 an hour limousine driver gig. But genius for sure. And the most hardworking person I ever met. If you haven't seen the video, the movie Rocket Man, you have to see it. Very hardworking, very intelligent. And they try to characterize him as anti-science. And he's like, no, I use science. But there's a distinction. And one of the things he did is in Wired magazine, he called out Elon Musk as faking space. Nobody in the controlled opposition conspiracy circuit were going that far. And he was a pariah among the flat earth community. They did not want anything to do with him. And when there was a flat earth conference, they did not invite him. And I was like, look, you did what you said you're going to do. You launched the rocket. You got this documentary, and they don't want you to speak. We're just going to go. So what we did is we just showed up at the conference, and we said, if you don't let Mike in, we're going to expose this as a controlled opposition psyop to the media, who would definitely go there to see his rocket with the bent up nose cone after his launch had just gone viral. So we showed up, and they had no choice. So they let him in. They had no choice but to let us into the conference. And the entire time they followed me around. I mean, the whole thing was just really wild. Let me pull up the movie. It's called Rocket Man, Mad Mike's Mission to Prove Flat Earth. Very good. I could play the trailer if you want. Why don't we do this? Let's play the trailer. And we'll close out on this. Art of Thinking Cincinnati is trending on the world stage. All in. Sure, absolutely. Let me get my phones open here. Just give me 1 second. Oh, it looks like they have the entire movie on YouTube. Fascinating. 8 months ago. I'm gonna have to go through the comments and see what people are saying about it. But unlike Kate Perry, he's a real astronaut. They filmed it inside and out. They had drones. It was actually very well done as far as the documentary goes. And it was pretty comical. It was actually kind of funny in a lot of ways. But let's see here. And he had this podcast going on leading up to this. And it was called WTF, I think, radio or something. But he had a bar out in Apple Valley, and they gave him the back room to do his podcast from. I mean, really, there was a lot that we were planning for the future as he built his rocket to go to space. It didn't pan out, though. And there's different reasons, different explanations. Is it possible that it was tampered with? Well, I went there in August, the year before, and it didn't successfully launch because there were so many factors, the boilers, getting the water to the right temperature. Everything has to be perfect. And every single person there from the Science Channel filming this homemade astronauts were wearing nerds. And it struck me as, I guess I would say, passive aggressive. Like almost like a middle finger. Like what is the deal here? They're all wearing NASA shirts. So I put a link there in the chat if you want to see the movie Rocket Man. You don't have to go to Amazon. And I'm going to go ahead and open up my phones. Okay, there we go. Phones are open. I just have to hide the screen. Give me 1 second here. I want to make sure that your phone number is not going to be given away. 505-04226 if you want to call in. And it's just because of the platform that I'm on. I don't know if I can do this without sharing your number. I'm not on OBS. And I have to have the screen shared, so it's just some technical stuff, but I'll see what I can do. It says customize. All right, go ahead and try to call in if you'd like. And again, we're waiting tonight. There's going to be a satellite crashing down to Earth. Missed Venus Yeah, unfortunately, if you call in, your number is going to be so I hope I don't open you up to harassment here. Just don't say anything too offensive. Infinite Plane Radio.
Well, this part of thinking out loud, live Cincinnati. What's going on with you?
Yeah, what's happening right now in Cincinnati?
Oh man. Shit. Okay. First off, we just recently had a situation where he was killed by the police. He was sitting in a car, purportedly with some other guys, and the car was like reported stolen. When the police approached, you know how the situation goes. The guy went out the car, and the cops, he shot one of them. He claimed that the teenager pulled a gun. On the footage, you see no gun, but this kid gets shot. So they call the family, and the family gets to go see the webcam footage. I mean the body cam footage. Well, when the family goes and they've used the body cam footage, his father, upon leaving from the police station, he went past University of Cincinnati, and they were having a graduation, and he wound up, he killed an officer that was working on duty, directing traffic. He purposely ran into him. And this has started like a big...
So you're there. Okay,
yeah,
I'm glad.
Yeah,
this is Ryan Hinton. Ryan Hinton was in a car that was reported stolen, and some are saying that maybe it was just late on payments and shouldn't have been reported as a theft. So the police approach it like a crime scene. He's running. He drops his gun, they say, and then he picks it up. But he's on his way out of there, and they shoot him in the back like 4 times. And so the story here is that the father sees the footage, recognizes that his son was killed, and then he said it was at the graduation ceremony. He kills the off-duty deputy by running him over, and then you see him in court, and he's clearly defiant, and people are lauding him as a hero because he avenged his son's death. And the footage seems to support that. What do you think?
Yeah, and guess what's crazy about it? Because, you know, I'm always looking at things a little deeper. The officer had just 33 years.
Yes, that's the one. Okay, his name's Henderson.
Yeah.
33 years, and he was born on June 11th.
Right.
Well, okay, so
it's a lot more.
That's a big one, though, because Rodney Hinton is being compared to Nat Turner, and then some are saying like Rodney King. So this has been brought up, like Rodney King, and then all of a sudden we find out that Tyree Nichols's cops were just exonerated, whatever. So it's like, wait a minute here.
Yeah.
This is all piling up, and every one of these race-based psyops, these last 4 or 5, have all pointed at systemic racism in the police departments and a bias. So now you got this guy named Butler who shoots those kids in his backyard, and he's charged with murder when they were trying to break in. And this is being looked at through that racial prism. So yeah, that's heating up there and with the Hintons.
But see, you know what? And what's crazy is, it's like I don't think people really realize just how fast this is now catching on. Now celebrities are talking about it. I kept telling people it was coming. My prediction is Trump is going to say something about it, because it's like we've had situations happen, you know, in different places in the country where, you know, where officers, they got hurt or whatever, or they may have got, killed, like a whatnot, but this situation is different. It's different because now you have where a father ran down an officer, and it's like, I don't know, like I said, if you know anything about what happened here in like 2001, There was a guy named Timothy Thomas. He was running from the police. Shot him in the back. It started riots here. For 3 days, Cincinnati was locked down. We couldn't leave our houses, or we couldn't drive on the streets, like unless you were going to work like that. For 3 days, they did that here in the city. And then like just some years back, a good friend of mine, Samuel DeBose, he got shot in the head by the Cincinnati, well, by the University of Cincinnati police, and that started like a big thing here, but it didn't blow over as big as things did in 2001. What I think is happening now, like you said, with the different cases, the Tyree Nichols case and the other cases going on, around the country, I think what they're doing is they're trying to build up a situation to where they want to see which city is going to blow. And I'm going to tell you, Cincinnati is ready because we did it already. We did it back in 2001. That's why, like I said, if people go back and they pull up their footage, our city was locked down for 3 days. And they had the National Guard sitting on the highway in tanks on standby.
Okay,
they ran a drill on.
Now, this is interesting because we're talking about all these polarizing psyops. They're building up this essentially a motive to riot. And in the background, you have that movie called Sinners. And at the end of Sinners, Michael B. Jordan's character mows down the Klan and even kills the Grand Dragon. And the other day, Tucker Carlson said he thinks there's going to be a racial false flag where someone shoots a bunch of white racists. And then that's going to start everything rolling from there. So it does look like it's a powder keg, and it just keeps getting worse every day.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Like I said, with Cincinnati, like I said, with like us, as it is, it's I did a Facebook post and I did a live stream where I read the Facebook post. It was just basically about how my outlook, and I said that our city is a secret simmering powder keg. We blew up 2001. We've had so much happen in between then. It's like now I feel like in the current climate of things, like I said, they're trying to build this racial situation. And I told you when I called a couple weeks ago, we just had those fake white supremacists up there on the overpass.
Yeah, you called about that.
And then I'm gonna tell you something else. And they just gave Cat Williams a street here, on the street he grew up here. And something that they just did a couple of days ago. Check this out. Pete Rose has a park named after him. Pete Rose, number 14. Our new Pope, Pope Leo the 14th. I'm seeing just a lot going on there. I think it's going above a lot of other people's heads. It's a lot of correlations, a lot of scripting.
Sure,
and
but
I'm just trying to put it all together.
I think this is, you're right on with this, because you're right. Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, the whole thing with the Haitian immigrants and the killing cats that were, all these, these anti-immigrant stuff was centered there, like in Springfield, and the president was behind it, and they made these memes about it. So it does seem, and then you had, of course, a bunch of instances of marching groups like the Goyim Defense League, Patriot Front, Nazis, just openly marching around there. That has been like a hub of this type of activity. So if there's going to be a psyop where they mow down the Patriot Front or something, it's likely going to be somewhere there. That I can't think of anywhere else.
And then I'm gonna tell you, it's like since this whole situation happened, they've had excuse me, they've had the funeral, and they've had several memorials and services around the city, where whenever an officer dies in the line of duty or whatever, police from all over the place come here, and it's been, and I've been like looking online because I've just being out around town. I drove downtown just to kind of ride past the cemetery. It was like the street, I mean the entire street, man, it were like cops from like all over the country. And I started checking different blogs and I was checking Reddit and other sites. And something I was noticing, I'm gonna tell you, like I said, they're building this thing up. It's not even just an racial situation. They're building up a situation where they're pushing a situation where you're gonna have civilians against authority.
Yes.
You're gonna have civilians against authority, against the police, because what I'm noticing with this is like you have, okay, black people, quote unquote, we have this historic beef with the police, but you also have black police officers. So when something happens to one of their fraternal brothers, it's beyond race. So that's why I say I think it's going to be, they're pushing not only a racial thing, but they're like pushing this whole thing about where I think they want to give the police a reason to do something.
I think you're right about this because with Luigi, it was class war. And he's from a well-to-do rich family, and he sacrifices his wealth to fight on behalf of the poor. So it's a structural thing he's fighting. The Maxwell Zrello guy who burned himself outside the Trump trial also said that it was a rich versus poor. And now you have these various psyops here where it's not just about the race thing specifically, but it's about the police and their inherent racial bias on full display, where you have these blacks who are being specifically looked at as martyrs. You got the kid who gets killed, his father who is lauded as a hero for taking revenge, and then you have a guy who legitimately is defending his house with his Second Amendment, and he's charged with murder. And from the outside, it looks like, oh, because the victims were white. So we have these grievances are just piling up. And if Anthony Carmelo goes to jail and doesn't get free because that was a self-defense claim, there's so many reasons here for people to riot and just call foul on the system itself, that the police do not represent us. And then the Rebel Ridge story was about police corruption, and it tied into the Tyreek Hill thing. It was about the systemic bias within police. And then the Sinners movie had the same exact theme, where the Klan controlled the whole scene where he was buying the property. So yeah, this is definitely a class war thing, and it's going to put the police and the government against the people. And so it's not just going to be like the 2020.
Yeah, it's like, and I don't know, like I said, I've seen this building up for a while, like just not even just with like here in the city, but just around the country, and with like music, and with just just with like entertainment. I noticed with a lot of the television shows and the different programs, because man, you know how we do. When we want to find out what's going on, we turn on Netflix or we turn on Hulu. It's like I started noticing within the last year more programs coming up where you had people getting into different situations where they were going against the police, like the show Perimeter, and other shows like about police situations where there was like a civil uprising or something. I've been seeing this growing in the last year to like a year and a half. And now and then like I said, with Cincinnati, I've just been hearing Cincinnati come up in some of the oddest places. Like, my girl was watching Sex in the City. Just out of nowhere, they mentioned Cincinnati. We're watching something else, completely unrelated. A couple days later, 2 different television shows, and it's like, and the characters just mentioned Cincinnati. So I just kept taking notes on things, and it's like, I could say within the last 6 months, Cincinnati was mentioned to my count 64 times, unrelated to like anything else. Just Cincinnati mentioned like on different television shows, And then with the different situations that like I said, I know going on just around town, personally, it's crazy just how everything ties in together there. It's like they've been building this whole situation for a while, and Cincinnati, I believe, is going to be center stage when it happens.
Well, I appreciate your insights here. Your front row seats there, and you brought up what's been evolving there. And even at the end of the election, the whole Springfield, Ohio thing was like a major focal point. And there was somebody in our Discord server who put together a lot of stuff about Cincinnati and work that was being done there on bridges, where he laid something out. I'll have to find it, where he suggested that if it's not in Seattle, something big's happening in Cincinnati. And that could be it. That could be it. This Hinton thing, the father and son, that's too perfect of a setup.
And you know what? And what's crazy? But you know what? But you know what else is crazy? The Seattle thing is still going too, because in the new Final Destination, I believe it's either the trailer to like a Final Destination, the new, or it's another movie. It's Seattle.
It's
and I'm hearing there's another movie.
Bloodlines. Final Destination Bloodlines. It's all.
It's like I believe that they're still going to use Seattle, but I think that Cincinnati is going to be used some kind of way to. I can't quite put it all together, but I know that we're going to play some part in it in some type of way, because, man, if I could tell you everything going on in this city that like the rest of the country doesn't really find out about because it gets labeled as like local news, we get like a lot of people from different places, or a lot of private investors, a lot of people coming into town that do investments in the different projects in the town. Like we're putting $200 million almost into our stadiums downtown. And something else I'm noticing, and I wanted to know if anybody else, like in the places you're at, if this is like going on. When people get murdered, like, or whatever, if they can't find whoever who did it, I've been noticing that there's like this trend of naming streets after like murder victims.
I've not heard this, but no, I have not. But that is kind of. I'll look into it.
It's just something I've been seeing lately, and it's like, because I know we have several situations of it here, just with just in the last 2 years, just people that got killed here. They'll name a street after them, and I'm like, what's going on? Where it's like we're naming streets after people who, and I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm not trying to downplay what happened to the person, but it's like, if John Green got killed on Main Street, it's like, why are we going to name Main Street John Green Street now? It's just a weird thing going on here.
Well, certainly, Ohio's been the center of a lot of stuff. East Palestine, Ohio, has a very significant sign with the train derailment, white noise. It directly connects the nuke scenario to the head wound thing. So it's the heart of it all. So Ohio has that significance too.
I was just about to say that. Our state slogan is the heart of it all. And then just something else, we also have the largest Masonic museum in the country.
Well,
they'll brag and say other places are. The one that we have here that used to be next to the Taft Theater is now called the Taft Masonic Museum, and they basically have a lot of the stuff that you hear about from the whole. Okay, I'll put it like this: everything that they don't have in Philadelphia, we have here hidden.
Well, the fact is, Ohio too.
And it's right across the street from Procter and Gamble. Procter and Gamble's headquarters sit directly across the street. Like I'm talking about, like you look across the street and that's Procter and Gamble headquarters. It's like, man, we have a big center of the beast, if you want to say.
Well, here's an article from last February. Ohio town reviews. This is again recent. A small Ohio town has reviewed their police response to the neo-Nazi demonstrators because they're saying the police didn't do enough to stop them. Residents in Cincinnati confronted by white supremacists. Cincinnati overpass. Guardian, how Ohio became a hotbed of white supremacism. So this is definitely a place where they're staging something. If their leaders are commenting on it and they're saying the police aren't doing anything, because one of the themes in all these different movies is that the police are corrupt. That, in other words, that they have leanings towards Nazism or something. So they've made that case here.
And you know what else is about to happen? I'm gonna call this out right now. I was telling my lady this earlier. I said, okay. I said, now, just with this whole situation happening, the cop killing the boy, them showing the family the body cam footage, the father going into like a psychosis, leaving, mowing down the first officer he sees, purposely, everything, and now you have that. That's probably one of the most brazen acts that you can really think of somebody could do outside of hopping out with a gun and doing that to a bunch of cops, but to do that, and it's like, I think with this whole situation, I'll put it like this: with everything else that's going on around the country, with the other cop situations, I think Cincinnati, we basically have just topped everything. This will have President Trump saying something about it. He's going to leverage this for something he's going to do. I can almost put my life on it, because why not? It's the perfect setup. It's alley-oop.
Well, and then did you hear me earlier? So Tyree Nichols' name is in the news again because the officers involved in this were acquitted on state murder charges. This is just like what happened with Rodney King, and it was compared to the Rodney King beating. And Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter was at their protests. They shut down I-55. They had the eulogy, the funeral at Mason Temple where MLK was. So there's a lot of...
She's coming here.
Yeah, that's all tied into this thing with this guy named Rodney. So is this going to be as Portal Complex as Rodney King 2.0? I think so. Rodney King, Nat Turner, the father-son thing's getting a lot of sympathy. And I saw that body cam footage, and some people are saying they blurred it on purpose. So it's like a manufactured event designed.
I'm going to tell you something else. I'm going to tell y'all something else that the rest of the country don't know. Okay, when we had other shootings here, right? Like I said, with my friend Samuel DuBose, I'll never let the country forget his name, Samuel DuBose. When he got shot in the head, they showed that footage all over television, all over the different mainstream media outlets. You knew the name of the cop who did it. You saw his picture. When Timothy Thomas got shot in the back, they showed you the officer who did it. They told you his name. They showed you his picture. They went through everything. In this situation, they have not told you this man's name, but us being who we are, we Cincinnati people, we gonna find the hell out. We already know who he is. He's all over Facebook now. And come to find out, Tim, guess what? This cop had 212 civilian complaints against him. 212. And he's still on the force. What job do you stay on where you can have 212 people complain about you and you still got a damn job?
Well, this is interesting. Listen to this saying, a Memphis officer took his photo during the beating and shared it on social media 11 times. The DA says he doesn't around this particular martyr. The Hinton Jr. and his son already have support. People try to get GoFundMe going for that. Then the killer of has huge stuff, but this is definitely moving very fast.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what? And you're right. You're right. It looks like a reboot. And when you brought up King's daughter, she'll be here. She'll be here soon. With I believe it's next week because we have this big annual event, the Taste of Cincinnati, and it's crazy the timing of things because with this situation happening and the taste of man, Cincinnati going down, it's gonna be police everywhere. I don't know. I'm looking at it like it may be the perfect staged platform to try to carry something out if they want to really set it off, because you've already set the whole atmosphere with things happening.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I concur. Add in
big event coming up.
And the Tucker Carlson
it's
prediction, I think you're center stage. And right before the election, Springfield, Ohio, center stage, all this activity. That means it's crawling with agents and operatives.
That's the reason I keep telling everybody right now, we are center of the world stage. And the people, and it's like, okay, I read other posts from, people from around town. And what's crazy is this, Tim, the black folks around town are angry. Of course, they're angry at the whole situation, but they're more angry at the cops starting this situation by shooting this guy and us not knowing who he was and the blurry footage and everything else. And then you have, I don't even want to say like white people in the city. Hell, I'll just say people who have ties with law enforcement. They feel like, one of their own was, and listen, let me tell you something. My heart goes out to both families, and it's like, this is a bad situation, and I hate that people get used in these type of situations. And it's like, our city is dividing every day because even our local news stations, Tim, are pushing this whole thing towards like they're forgetting about this whole situation that even started it. What they're doing is they're focusing on the whole memorial for the officer and the officer 33 years and the type of guy he was, and they're talking to different people, and now they're starting to get celebrities. Like, this is why I said it's growing. Trump is going to speak on it soon.
Okay.
I give it no more than a week. It's coming because now you have platinum artists and you have Hollywood actors in support of the father.
Well, this has been happening a bit. Remember when Daniel Penny gets a GoFundMe after killing Jordan Neal? He gets Kid Rock supporting him, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all kinds of right-wing influencers, making him the biggest earner on GoFundMe. So they politicized crowdfunding as a way of showing the public what the consensus is, who supports which person in this story. And it is perfectly divided, where they have half the people throwing their money at the stabber, the other at the victim, half the people supporting the cop, and then the others are supporting the killer. And if they're platforming each side, it's like a proxy war. The same thing with Shiloh Hendricks and that kid, where they're saying like the people who are funding the stabber is one group, and those who are supporting this Shiloh Hendricks park incident is another group. But they're making it very clear that there is a divide, a major divide, and it just yeah.
And the crazy thing is, I'm gonna tell you something. It's kind of a Hegelian dialectic type of thing, and what I think that, we've got the problem. They're looking for the reaction. I just don't think they've gotten the reaction that they want quite yet. Like I said, this situation, though, Tim, I'm going to tell you something. Honestly, I I don't think anybody else around town is feeling like me. Maybe it's because like people like us are tapped into something that's bigger. We see in back of the curtain, and we know the type of things that the type of things that they'll pull. Like my one man, Black Dot used to say, real people can die in, fake movies. So it's like, even when they do some stupid shit that can be scripted, people can get hurt. And what I'm getting at is, it's put me on like high alert, knowing that I'm in Cincinnati, and a lot of things happen here. Do you realize that we had a nightclub shooting where we had 17 people shot?
No, see, I mean, I see these things on Twitter and X. I see the high body counts or the high casualty counts, a bunch of people getting shot. So it's like, okay, that's organic violence that's not covered by the media. It's not sensationalized, but it's there. And yeah, there is a point where the psyops do intersect with reality. 2020 showed us how far they can go with this, and they are getting organic reactions from people. Like, the people that support Luigi aren't crisis actors. It's normal people. The people taking sides in this event, donating to Shiloh Hendricks or donating to Austin Metcalf's killer, these are real people. So it's kind of a barometer of where the public is at.
And you know what? The family had a GoFund. Well, I don't know if the family, I won't say that, but I'll say that there was a GoFundMe on behalf of, the family, and man, they shut it down. They shut it down. The police and everybody, City Hall, they talked about how that was shut down because so and so. But it's like, I'm looking at it like this, like, okay, from the time that's happened, they never gave you this cop's name, any type of like, info. But at the same time, like I said, all the memorial services for the officer and everything who got killed by the father. But yet, at the same time, the young man who was shot, he's been buried, everything. We didn't get to know about any funeral. They didn't mention that on the news. They didn't mention anything. They never really mentioned him again. They mentioned that there was going to be a memorial, but they said it in about like 5 or 6 seconds. But everything is being pushed toward the officer, and I think that the reason our media outlets are doing that, you already know, the talking heads.
Yes.
They're trying to push this situation and irritate everybody around, and it's like, I see it. But the people in my city, man, my friends and my peers, it's getting to them.
Well, look,
it's getting to them.
The LA riots, Rodney King, was preceded by the movie, which was being filmed at the time, Terminator 2, where the theme was the evil cop, and the evil cop's the villain. And the guy who filmed the Rodney King beating was just filming Terminator 2. So they introduced the cop as villain, as antagonist, as the bad guy. And that's been brought back. And that's in clear focus. Ever since Rebel Ridge, I've noticed, okay, they're putting the crosshairs on systemic racism by showing a bias within the police, kind of like what they did with Derek Chauvin. But they gave the public 5 good, solid examples in the last few months of an intrinsic or inherent bias. So, yeah, stage is set. And by the way, Art of Thinking Out Loud, Cincinnati, do you have a website, or just want me to post your YouTube link or your Twitter? Because I put links in the show notes.
Oh, it's like I said, you could, if you go on pretty much any platform, and you put anything hashtag, hell, Art of Thinking Out Loud. Art of Thinking Out Loud. That's all you have to put, hashtag Art of Thinking Out Loud. Some of my stuff will come up, and you'll get all my information.
Okay, I've seen some of your.
Because I've got like 150,000 followers on Facebook, and I need to start working on my other platforms. But But yeah, I'm on Facebook daily because that's where like I get a lot of notes from, and a lot of people message me over there.
That's good. That's good. Well, I use AI now to go through my transcripts. And so what you'll see in the notes is it'll identify the caller and it'll actually find you on the internet and it'll post links. So I just need you to announce it. And I'm using AI and Perplexity
Okay,
to
cool.
just, improve content delivery, better search engine optimization. And if people search, they're going to find us now. So I'm definitely going to have you listed there because as this proceeds, we're going to want to reach out and get some more input from your perspective on this, because this is quite an interesting buildup of events. And I'm glad that you're familiar with this Rodney Hinton Jr. I've been following it since it first started. And I saw that.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Over the last few days, man, I kept saying, I kept saying, man, I gotta call Tim. I gotta call Tim and let him know what's going on with Cincinnati, because I know he see the headlines, and I'm right here. I could give you the little, man. It's so much more I could tell you. Like I said, what I'm gonna do like a series where I'm gonna just talk about things going on in the city, and get like a couple people from here, like to really sit down and to help break things down with me. Because if you knew how much was going on here that's never mentioned nationally, man, I'm telling you, you would like really be surprised.
Right. Well, I followed the story. I didn't realize it was Cincinnati, and these headlines are crazy. Roger Hinton Jr. stares down cops in court after avenging his son. A chilling and powerful
And you know
face-off.
what? And what's crazy is that like his lawyer, I know his lawyer, and I know the lawyer representing the family, everything. I know Clyde Bennett, and I know Fanon Rucker. He used to be a judge here, and it's like, and I know both of them. They're both, like, you know what I'm saying, good dudes, everything. It's just that in this city, they already have. I'll put it like this: being quote unquote black and dealing with certain politics that go on in back of the curtains that we don't see, they deal with enough. But the fact that you're now pushed on the world stage in this big ass case that's going to get a lot bigger than people think it is, they're pushing for the death penalty. They said it yesterday.
I see that. He may face the death penalty. And again, he's got so much sympathy. He's being compared to Luigi Mangione. But yeah, it says here.
And you know what else they're saying? They're saying that he had a psychotic flip because he did this right after leaving to view his son being shot by the police. He had just left.
Okay, so
and that's why his attorney.
Okay, so they may give him like a temporary insanity, like he might actually have a viable defense, or
I don't think they're gonna. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know how the rest of the country works. Hamilton County, here in the nasty natty, when he stood in that court, when he stood there, and they had all of those officers standing around him in what they used to call in ancient times a conviction arena, but they call it solidarity now. See, what y'all didn't get to see the rest of the country was that when he was standing there, the judge said, good day, Mr. Henson. He was like, shit. And they said, man, say something. So he was not going for it all. And when he turned around, he looked in the face of all of the officers and said something to him. He was like mean mugging him and saying something to him. And it's like, and don't get me wrong, I know some hard ass dudes. Ain't nobody that hard. Ain't nobody that hard that you're gonna look at 30 sheriffs and tell them whatever you told them, but look them in their face with no remorse and everything.
His chin up. His
I
chin
think
was
that
up.
man did flip out.
Yeah, no, that was very obvious performative defiance with the chin up, looking around, and the way he was surrounded by cops, it looked like the Luigi perp walk. Remember when Luigi was walking with all the cops behind him? It looked just like that.
And you know what's crazy is that we have, okay, they showed on the local news here, they show where they take him out of the vehicle when they're bringing him in for court before they brought him in. And I'm looking at when they brought him in, it was like, it looked like that same perp wall. But here's something that the rest of the country don't know. Right after that, the day after that, there was a big fight in that same court, in that same place that you saw him standing. Man, it was like 30 people fighting in back of the glass over like another situation. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because it's that same Netflix narrative. I think there's going to be a thing against civilians, against the authoritative figures. Because when you get so brazen that you start knocking people out in the courtroom, like you just, I mean, man, it was like about 30 people fighting, it looked like.
You know, it's interesting you say this because when the Joker movie, Joker 2 trailer, if you look at the trailer, one of the things that really caught my attention was they have him slamming the judge on the head with a gavel. And this is at the same time that this judge was killed in retaliation for something, but they released the video. And I'm like, wait, since when do we see on video someone of that capacity, a judge, being killed? And then on the Joker trailer, a judge being killed. And I was looking at these old rules on censorship, and one of the old rules was you never show the law defeated. And now we're seeing it, where the anti-hero is being elevated. And this started with Terminator 2 and the Rodney King beating, where the evil cop entered the scene. But yeah, it represents a breakdown, a significant breakdown.
And you know what? As something you just said, the anti-hero. Right when you say that, that song was trending again. That anti-hero song. Isn't that Taylor Swift?
Let me take a look here. Yeah, it's
the
Taylor
song
Swift. Yes.
Anti-Hero.
That's her. Anti-hero.
Yeah, that song isn't even brand new, but for some reason, Tim, it started trending again.
Good observation, because the music always corresponds. Like right now, Ye's out with his Hail Hitler stuff. And yeah, the anti-hero trending, that's interesting. I mean, that's conspicuous.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's just, and like I said, since I'm tapped into like a lot of music and a lot of pop culture stuff, it's like I take notes and everything, and you know I do my podcast and everything, but I always have to come back here and call you and get a chance to kind of to dump some of this on you, because I know that it's like I'm not the only one seeing these things. Like I said, when the anti-hero song just started trending again here on local radio within like the last month or so. And I was like, why the hell have I heard this song 3 times in one day for about like 4 days straight?
Wow. Yeah, it's all about the echo chamber. What they do is they create an echo chamber so your frame of reference is set perfectly for when they stage their event. And they're putting the memes out there, the ideas out there, mind control music. Absolutely.
Those trigger phrases, everything. Like I said, those trigger phrases or those buzzwords, buzz phrases. It's like, and that's why, like I said, with the whole Cincinnati thing in Cincinnati picking up over the last 2 years, but it's like in the last 6 months, it was going so crazy. I just started writing it down, and just within, like I said, in a shorter period of time than like 6 months, just me watching television, I heard it mentioned over 60 times in television shows that had nothing to do with Cincinnati. Nobody was even in Cincinnati, on the show, they'd be like, you know what? You act like my cousin in Cincinnati. And it's like,
have you seen the movie They Cloned Tyrone with Jamie Foxx?
yes.
Okay, do you remember that movie?
Yes.
If people haven't seen it, it has elements of like the Truman Show, but one of the things they show is how the
Yes.
CIA is using music to make people violent, and they show these two guys fighting, and they change the music, and now they're hugging, and they're showing how they're using this to control the inner cities, and the idea of music being part of this control system just by triggering people with keywords, it's built into that whole movie.
I'm gonna tell you something. In that movie with the whole Jamie Foxx situation going on, I think they used the situation, the personal situation with him, to not only promote that movie, but to also promote it as being, as I said when I called previously, to make things look cartoonish. So by the time he appeared, when the movie came back out, it's like, I mean, when the movie came out, when Jamie finally came out of his coma psychosis, if he left the damn cloning center, wherever he was at, when he came back, it was like he came back right in time for the movie. When the movie came out, with the whole Jamie Foxx personal situation going on, when the movie came out, people didn't take such blatant facts and quotes and different correlations in the movie as serious as they should have. So it just came and went. Like Leave the World Behind.
Yeah.
It came and went.
Oh, and it's
like when people didn't get that hint on the Tesla cars, when they saw it in the movie, and then it's like right after that, you started seeing parking lots full of Tesla cars with the lights blinking and started by themselves. Like the cars were like communicating to each other.
Well, the movie wasn't taken, I mean, it was kind of clowning, but everything about it was seemingly on point with how things actually work. And they tied it in with the Dark City in many ways. I detected some Dark City. And Dark City's built into Megalopolis with the design authority who control events. And they even had Keith Sutherland show up, and he was in Dark City. So that told me, yeah, this is alluding to that, which has a great deal of significance as far as controlling.
And you know what else? And think about this. And think about this real quick. They were, okay, they alluded, they had the whole Dark City correlation with it too. But think about this. We've been seeing, okay, let's go back about like a year, like or two, maybe about because time is going so fast, Tim, I don't even know when things happen. I'll just bring up the event. Remember when they caught the Jewish guys in the underground little basement thing?
Yeah, the tunnels in New York. That was insane. Yeah.
And then when they started, okay, from that, then you started getting all the revelations about how all of the different Hollywood houses, everybody's house correlates with tunnels going up under each other's house. People didn't realize how deep everything went. See, me, I'm a nerd, I'm a weirdo. I do this for real, like I said. What I found out was this. It's not even about those tunnels going under each other's house. What it is this. When you get a chance to move into like Hollywood, right, into certain, elite communities, every single house, I'll say it, every single house is connected underground. It's because if you can afford to live there, you're a part of, what's going on. We never see, I was telling somebody, I know people who live out in Los Angeles, who are out in Hollywood, in the places these people live. You never see these people commuting. You never see guarded cars, cavalcades, anything. It's because they have a whole underground network under the city, expressways, everything. How I figured all of that out was that was true when I talked to a friend of mine, Chico, that drives trucks. He's driven trucks through some of those mountains, where they'll have stops inside of the mountain. And he told me he's talked to different drivers that told him that, that they're not allowed to go into certain places, but that you can go downtown Los Angeles, you can go downtown into like a lot of major cities, and there are certain entrances that only certain people know about, and that they only like for instance, if the president comes into town, they'll tell you that the president's cavalcade is going so and so this way, whatever, whatnot, yada yada yada. But while they're telling you all of this, at certain points those signals get jammed. They'll start showing you footage of other stuff on television, and they'll move these people in networks that the public can't see, and they'll use dummy cars to ride along the street. I started seeing this in a lot of different books. I started thinking about like a lot of different books I had read that were like that the authors wrote the books under fiction, but the books contained non-fiction information. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot. Man, you know how we have to do. We have to write our books as being like fiction, science fiction, but they're using real places, real dates, everything like that. It's like I figured, and then I thought about this. The girl, Allie Carter, the one they said was being used by Diddy, like and everything. She talked about how Albie Shore's son, the one who Diddy is like raising. She talked about how he told her where to go downtown Los Angeles so that she could get into the network. And the network is basically how she could get into going. It's a crazy nickname they got for it out in Los Angeles. This is why you never see the celebrities really commuting. You see them when they want to be seen. When the public sees them, they want to be seen. But when they're actually moving and they're doing something, like when they're like working on different projects and stuff, there's a whole network up underground. And what a lot of people don't realize is that most of the communication networks move underground, even under the ocean.
This makes, look, I look at the space program and I'm like, okay, are they really putting billions of dollars up? Or are they investing it into subterranean architecture? Like, could deep space be beneath our feet? And we've seen so many movies like Fallout that bring this up. And then we have this story leaking about $21 trillion put into underground infrastructure. This wouldn't shock me if NASA's primary goal and purpose is inner space, controlling not outer space, but the space between our ears. If it's mind control, then all the celebrities are part of this. And it would make perfect sense that we're on the world stage and they are beneath it. And they have a great deal of control in so-called, quote, deep space outside of our reality for all intents and purposes. It wouldn't shock me at all.
I think that's why, I think honestly, that's why, if you notice, okay, just looking at, like you said, just looking at celebrities, have you noticed that it's like, we have certain celebrities you'll see all the time. They give interviews, everything. You have certain other celebrities that never give or they give very rare interviews. I think it's because you know how, whatever you're into, it changes you. Like if you're a person that if you used to be a criminal and you changed your life and you found religion, now it's like you're real religious, so it's like you talk about religion all the time or whatever. I think the reason that we don't see some of these celebrities is because that we don't see them give interviews is because some of them are being used so much when it comes to gatekeepers for aspiring celebrities who are trying to move to certain positions, that it's like these people would come off to us very awkward if they were to start talking. like you never hear Beyonce really give interviews. You never really hear Kendrick Lamar give interviews. I think these people would come off awkward to us. We would know something because we listen deeper. So I think they try to keep these people away from really talking publicly a lot.
Well, I think you're onto something. It's like that movie Utopia was about this, where the people who were faking the news were actually on a separate island they called Utopia, but they were a separate society with different values. And you're dealing with people who are almost like military families. If you know, in the military, you have security clearances, and you're kind of separate from civilians, and there's a big divide between civilians and the active duty. You know, cultural divides, but their lifestyles are, you know, keep them separate. And you're in a bubble. And I do think they have to be maintained in a bubble. It wouldn't behoove them to find out too much because it might mess up their ability to crisis act or maintain their roles, specifically with politicians. I imagine that a lot of politicians are very much in the dark about psyops and psywar. It's on a need-to-know basis. And I think they would have to protect them, obviously, because you wouldn't want to contaminate them.
I think that honestly, I think that it's like you get certain people in any. I mean, just think about it. Anything that you do, you move up in rank, you gain more responsibility, you get more information, you're put, and it changes you. That's just like the dude that used to work in the mail room that's been there for like 17 years, and now he's assistant manager over like some type of a department that's like a real nice paying department. He thinks in a different way than what he thought when he was in the mail room. So I think it's like when we see these celebrities, when we see these artists, or they've been groomed so much, I think, to deal with certain types of people in different types of ways. Like they're almost meat puppets. They do what they're supposed to do for us. But when it comes time to really deal with like people outside of us, like outside of their circle, okay, I'll put it like this. Can you imagine walking up to like your favorite Hollywood actor who you never see give interviews, anything? Like you see him in like Whole Foods, or you see him on the street and you speak. What's crazy is I've ran into people on the street where it's like you see somebody, just an actor, not even somebody real big, but just somebody who you saw in a movie or you saw in like a television special. And sometimes when you speak to them, it's like they're so awkward. And this is a person that you might not have seen do any type of real interviews, like anything. They're like, hey, yeah, and they just keep walking.
You're talking about essentially people who are in a cult and how people in cults act.
Right. It's like people like,
yes,
like they damn NPCs, like damn non-player characters. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't supposed, like you playing the game and one of the people that are like off to the side, that's like walking into the side of the game, and they're not even supposed to be there, and you say something to them and you kind of surprise them or something. It's like, I mean, it's like sometimes you see some of these people and they don't quite fit. I think when people in these entertainment cults or whatever, the higher up they go, the more socially awkward they would be talking. The more socially awkward they would be having a regular conversation with somebody like you or me.
You know what?
Every conversation that we see them have has to be scripted and it has to be set.
You're describing cult mind control, and there's like a whole deprogramming process. But yes, what happens is as you go deeper into a cult, it's almost like being in a controlling one-on-one relationship. You're increasingly isolated from anybody who might contradict it. I had a lot of interactions with Scientology, and I experienced it myself. The people who are born into it, they don't go to regular schools. They're taught to self-ostracize and to what they call cut off contact with people who might be against their beliefs. And then they're even trained to believe that anybody not in the cult is a suppressive person. And this cult stuff,
Right.
I think it certainly pertains to higher echelon celebrities, especially the ones who are involved in psyops, because yeah, they're in a secret society, and it's certainly the case that cult mind control does have this effect where people are outsourcing their autonomy, and they can't think autonomously. They need their handlers to speak for them. They've lost that, or they.
You know what's crazy? If you know what's crazy, I'm gonna tell you something. Oh, somebody in the chat said Dave Chappelle is from the state. Have I ever seen him? No, I've never seen Dave, but like my lady has seen Dave before because he stays up in like another city. It's not far from here, but it's like she's met him. I've never met him, but something else about like Cincinnati, Tim, they started building a subway system here years ago. I'm talking about before I was born. I'll be 53 this year, purportedly, because I stopped counting my age, man. I let other people count my age. But it's like, this tunnel has been there forever, and they never used them. What happened is a lot of homeless people started going into these tunnels, right? Check this out. These tunnels have been there forever. We see them when we drive, when we get onto the interstate. They're right there on the side, and they were doing like construction on them for a while, but they stopped. I found out this from a guy who one of his family members were like homeless, and they used to be in those tunnels. He told him they've gone down into those tunnels to where it's like you go down into the tunnels, and it's like, of course, these are train tracks for like a subway system, but the city swears those tunnels were never finished. I think that whole system, the subway system that they never finished, I think it was to actually cover something that was already there.
I think you
And
might be
that's
honest.
why they kinda,
Yes, I've seen similar
the
claims.
subway system may have been like a mock system,
Oh yeah, I've seen a similar.
because the guy
Somebody's got a
said that they
blueprint.
went so deep into the tunnels. Oh, because the guy was saying that they went so deep into like these tunnels that they were coming into big mass openings, and it didn't look like it was part of the train system.
Yeah,
So I
what you're
think
talking
that
about
the
has
whole
been,
train system.
yeah, it's been alluded to in, I think it was San Francisco, where some guy, I saw this on Twitter, he found what he found. He said these were blueprints of some kind of subway system that was no longer in use, and then it looks like it was phased out, like they got rid of the records or is lost. But anyway, he says it just seems a little strange that you would have this highly developed, sophisticated system that's just not being used. And it brought up this idea of pre-existing systems that they're covering up, and it might be everywhere. And this is not a new thing. There has been a lot of speculation about the Subterranean, but I hadn't thought about it recently. And what you're bringing up makes a lot of sense to
And
me.
this is, yeah, and like I said, and this is just me giving you a local account that the rest of y'all wouldn't know about. Like I said, this is something local, and it's like I can just look at this local thing, and I think about the thing, read about, and see online in other places, and I'm like, all of this ties together. That tunnel starts to feel more like that whole subway system that they never completed starts to feel like it was just a mock project that they started and never planned on even completing for real, not for the public. And that way, it's like you get a chance to kind of seal off something that you don't want people to wind up finding out anyway. Because I see like other cities online, like I started asking questions around to like, some of my friends online in other cities, and they were telling me the same thing. Like, man, we got tunnels here that they never used and so on. So this, I'm like, bro, I think we could all probably reach each other from like each other city if we were to know how to navigate these tunnels. I think that's what everything is. I believe that a lot of what like we don't know, because like I said, we already know satellites are fake, and that most of our communication lines run under the ocean. So it's like, I mean, that opens another can of worms.
Well, okay, Hyperloop, for example. Elon Musk coined Hyperloop, and it's this idea of these, underground, really super fast rocket-like trains that go so fast. But, I'm thinking on this, it's like, no, Musk is likely there to make it look like they're just coming up with it, and it's a new tech. But it's
Right.
likely something that's already been developed, it's already in use, and the civilians are being let in on a lesser version of it, and it helps occult the truth. And I think that might be kind of their pattern here, is you got some front man like Musk to kind of cover up. So that we got the fake space program. Well, what's the real space program? I don't think
Right.
And I think the real space program might be what you're describing, the subterranean, deep space below.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think it's just the subterranean. I think the space program, just space in general, I think it has to do with not just the underground, but the ocean. I think it has to do with, the ocean, as well as outside of our perimeter of like being able to do any type of real research if we wanted to. This so-called ice wall, like, or whatever, whatever is the divider that keeps us from going beyond wherever they want us to know. I think that's where space is. This planet, or, as I like to call it, plane of extended territory. It's like, it could be anything. I believe space is just everything outside of what they've already programmed us with. Like, they told us space is this Walt Disney stuff above our heads. But I believe space could be water, it could be earth, and it could be outward.
Yes, I see what you mean. I see exactly what you mean. Like, space is anything that's off limits to us, and it's like the perimeter. But yeah,
Right.
Absolutely.
Because think about, and then think about this. In paperwork, just putting that down to him paperwork wise, if you say, okay, think about this. Now, Elon gets the majority stake in all of these contracts. And with the space, and with the whole space situation, they've pretty much given him, he's pretty much running NASA. So it's like, when you put down in paperwork what he's allowed to do, and you say space, think about it like this. Think about it when you think about like legalese, words that we use every day that we think just mean one thing. And it's like, when you start opening up like Black's Law Dictionary, then you see that the word space may mean anything outside of your understanding. Know what I'm saying? It could be something that we don't even understand. So I think that like they're using this term space. I bet if we look deep into, like somebody put in the chat, into the words like, space, sea, whatever, these words legally may give Elon the right to get all of this money. Long, like indefinite. Because because I don't think like a lot of people realize Elon is pretty much signed on indefinite. And what he's trying, and Tim, I peeped this too, just before I forget. There's a company in China, Tencent. Tencent is the company that runs China. I forget the name of the guy who started it, but he basically turned Tencent into like Amazon on steroids, with like mixed with like a bunch of other websites. So much to the point whereas the government, you know how like you can get so big that it's like the government don't want to take you down. They kind of want to work with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's at that point. What he did was, even when they shut down Tencent's main operation, he was still able to like rebuild his company as like a consultant. Every other company in China trying to come up, and they all went up under his umbrella once again. And the CCU, the government in China, they now work with him because he's basically being used like he's in a situation where it's like where the feds have you, and it's like you're so dangerous that they can't lock you up, so they just using you and they're working with you. Well, he's using WeChat. He figured out a way to take WeChat. We can download WeChat here. WeChat in China, everybody in China must have WeChat because WeChat pays all of your utilities. It takes your like Fitbit info and gives it to the insurance companies and stuff like that, and your doctors. It's how you get onto social media. They basically made WeChat like Windows. It's kind of like Windows on steroids, and it's kind of like a Tencent has become China's IoT, and it's like WeChat is how they're basically, Elon wants to make X like how Tencent and China have WeChat.
Right, the everything
He's
app.
looking at the way. Yeah, it's the everything app. It's Google One. It's the everything app. It's like you do it all right here. And in doing that, if he's able to like pull that off, then I mean it falls right in accordance to the whole one world government. Everybody's doing the same thing. China has it. America has it.
Well, you're right. And when I talk about Musk, I describe him as a composite character, and I think one of his roles is this like Pope Constantine type. But I suggested that his job is to unite the empire. Constantine had a vision of a glowing cross, and he said, "Under the sign, I will unite the empire." And then Musk buys Twitter, calls it X, and he puts the glowing X, aka a cross, up on the building.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, this is the app that will consolidate everything. And I look at the symbol of the X, and then before that, the blue bird. And I think it correlates with the dove and the cross of Christianity, because we're talking about the dominant worldview, and he is he's the Pope of Nasatology, in my view. But that's not a coincidence that he has this particular role on the world stage.
Yeah, and then like I said, like we said previous, where we were talking about him and Trump and the whole Trump Gaza with the belly dancing, bearded dancers and everything and all the stupid stuff. They cartoonify him and Trump enough as to where we get so many memes, so many cartoons, so many comedy skits and everything that we aren't realizing that the same people that we're laughing at control everything going on around us, to the point where it's like, I was trying to explain to like somebody with the whole Elon situation. Like you said, Elon's a composite character, 100%. Because, and the reason I said he was destined to take over NASA, right, in the chat, Pope Elon, Warner Von Braun wrote the book and wrote him in the same way David Bowie called in Kanye.
Yes, absolutely.
It's the same type of thing.
Werner von Braun said that the dictator on Mars, the Elon, would set up a governmental structure analogous to Rome, which means Pope Elon, specifically Pope.
It's like, and the thing is, that's the reason I said Elon was like, and when I told you before, when one of his nannies when she was talking about how bad he was as a kid, and she made a joke about, something about him being the devil, and the mother said, nah, he ain't the devil. He just the one that's going to make the space. He just going to hold the space like a son. It was something basically saying that, he just plays a part in a bigger plan. And when I think back to that whole, like I said, that NASA connection, the Warner von Braun connection in the book, and writing Elon in, and the whole Mars thing. Like I said, when you start looking at, if you take into account these ancient maps that show these other civilizations outside of our circle, there are places named Mars, places named Jupiter, places named all this stuff. These are like places. And it makes more sense that if you were going to try to tell me anything about, I'll put it like this. If somebody said aliens, right? Even though I don't do the whole aliens thing, but if you told me aliens came from Mars, they're only aliens because they're from somewhere on a whole nother continent, and they probably look just like your ass, but it's just that our cartoonified reality, they'll tell you to look for little green men, but you don't even know you walking amongst people that probably ain't even from here for real. They're from wherever else they're from. And what I'm getting at is this, is the fact that everything they give us is set out to make everything look like a joke, even though your common sense stuff every day, whether you're looking at entertainment or you're taking into account something serious, there's a there's something deep inside of you that's like, something about that's real.
There's a show out called His Dark Materials, and in this series, if you keep going north, like where the North Pole would be, you actually go to this parallel world, and the people there are more psychic than us. They have certain powers, and they come into our world, and it's sort of like Harry Potter. You've got this other world, and then you got the Muggles. But in this His Dark Materials, these people in this other land keep us ignorant, and they move along in our societies, and they kidnap from us, they take whatever, and they go back to where they're from. But the idea here is that, yeah, we're already invaded and infused with, quote, aliens, but they're not the cartoonish aliens. They're just a parallel civilization that are far more advanced, and they're just camouflaged amongst us.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Honestly, I believe, and this is just the child in me. The child in me who told his mother, rest her soul, because my mother passed last year.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I told my mother that it's like, it feels like stuff is real. And my mother used to laugh when I was a kid. But like, as I got older, and we start looking at things, and they start giving us more entertainment, Tim, I'll put it like this. A Bible babbling person would say, they would quote something from the scriptures that says, there's nothing new under the sun. And we really never come up with like anything that's like brand new. So it's like everything we see happening is basically a remix, basically. It's no different than, it's like everything we do now, like, okay, I'll put it like this. Me and you talking right now on a podcast, online. If we did this 50, 60 years ago, or hell, however long, we might be on the telephone. Like you might be on the radio, and I might be calling on the telephone, and people would be listening on the phone. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's the same scenario. It's just that it gets remixed over as things progress forward. That's the reason I tell people, when we think about anything that's happened in the past, it's the year 2025. look at everything with 2025 eyes. Look back at stuff that's happened you think are fact, you think really happened, you think went a certain type of way. Look at it with like, you know, everything you have at your hands right now that you can use. You can use the internet. You can find more books. You can now look back just because it's 2025 and your common sense operates a little different than it did in 1996. It's like you can look back and you see that certain things fall apart. So it's like, I don't know. My main thing is, man, I want people not to get so attached to the point where it's like you think something is just what it is, to where when like new information becomes presented, you can't process it.
Yes, it's called your model has to be falsifiable, like in science. If new facts doesn't change your model, then it's no longer science. It's a belief system. And if you hold
Right.
on to these old concepts and models and you don't evolve with new information, then you're stuck in a box. And I like to keep that in mind as well, because I can recognize that 10 years ago, I know what I believed. 5 years ago, I know what presuppositions I had. And in the last 2 years, we've taken a greater look at this metascript concept, and it's reframed everything. So I call it retro auto hoaxing. It's like, let me reevaluate some of these things that happened decades ago with new eyes. And that's really what typifies this think tank. And I'm glad you pointed that out, because earlier today, I was just talking about some people are attached to beliefs that were given to them, and these beliefs were shoehorned in with logical fallacies. Once you learn this logical fallacy, it's incumbent on you to remove those beliefs and progress. And if you
Yeah.
don't, well, you're limiting your own understanding. And what we're doing here, like what William Blake wrote, if the doors of perception were wiped clean, man would see things as they are, infinite. And I see the doors of perception kind of being our frame of reference, the screen, and it's got to be wiped clean.
Yeah, it's like this Black Mirror got people stuck. And speaking of Black Mirror, have you watched any of the new ones?
No, I just found out tonight. Someone just let me know in the chat that there's a new series out. I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, it's like I've just seen the like trailer, so it's like I'm gonna have to catch up on it too. But the reason that I brought it up is because what I see on the trailer is I see like Issa Rae, like, and everybody, and they're putting these these neuro transmitter things on the side of their heads, and they're kind of zoning out. And the reason that I brought that up is because, you know, they have, anytime you go, since I'm always on like Facebook offers these glasses now through Google, like, or whatever. But there are like a lot of companies offering different glasses, like, and everything. And you even have what, and I was looking, and me being a nerd that I am, the big, like, you know what I'm saying, the big nerd, I got to go looking back at the curtain. I got to see what's at the fourth wall. I start going to some of these company websites and looking at what they have coming up for the future. Contact lenses. And it's like, I'm thinking, when you have a Google contact lens or whatever contact lens, Windows contact lens, 10-cent contact lens, X, WeChat, whatever, when you can put a lens in your eye and you can then control, hold up, and the part, controlling this lens, right, Tim? It's not even about blinking and stuff like that, because when I was reading in the back, like, you know, in the and you know how they want things to go, they said they want you to look weird in public, like blinking and doing a bunch of stuff like that, because that could be misinterpreted. So check this out. I've been saying this for years. It takes less frequency to send a thought than it does a text message. and they already know how to tap into that frequency to send thoughts. So they were sending thoughts before they were sending text messages. That technology. People are
That's heavy.
getting
I've
it.
heard of this, like voice to skull, that to implant something in your head, to put voices in your head. I remember these. I got to look back at this, but this Dr.
Yeah.
Jose Delgado putting something in a donkey's head to cause it to basically remote control it, or stopping a bull by pushing a button, by remotely messing with its pleasure and pain centers or something. But that they developed it to
Yeah.
the point where with humans, you don't need any sort of implant to put stuff in their heads. And I mean, that would explain quite a lot, because then it's another one of these instances where we're being sold a technology, but it already exists, and that we're just given a water.
It already exists. And the crazy thing is, it's like, and they were talking about how, like, for instance, when they were saying that the way that we were going to control it is that the average person would like look at it as almost like being telepathic, but it's not. It's actually certain ways when you think about certain things, certain nerves twitch and move in a certain way. It activates certain parts of the brain. Listen, I'll just put it like this. I don't know the whole science that's behind it, but I'll say this to break it down as simple as I can. They basically figured out that when you think certain things, your brain frequencies change, and they can now map that and use it to, when you have this lens over your eye, think in a certain way, you'll be able to then switch screens. It's like we do it all the time when we think, but it's like now you'll be able to do it on the lens of something placed over your eyeball. But it's basically mimicking how a thought is like projected into your head. Like if I was to say, Tim, think about Darth Vader right now, and look over to the side of you and think about Darth Vader, and you just picture Darth Vader like floating right there. The technology would then form that type of hologram pretty much within your viewing area to where you could then work with. And that's why I said this sounds like to me refurbished technology, because we saw this in Star Wars.
Right. That's,
you know, I just think what they do is they sell us entertainment, they sell us technology that they know exists, but they have to like kind of they have to kind of introduce things to us slowly, careful not to give us kind of a traumatic shock on just how much they can really manipulate you. It's just like when anybody is trying to groom you and manipulate you. The person who's being groomed and manipulated never realizes until later, when you come into like a different understanding and you can kind of look at things a little broader, and you like, why were they doing this? Why does this look like this? Why is this like that? So it's like, it's easy for them to make this like a social program.
Well, you know, the Space Odyssey 2001 has this theme of man merging with the monolith. And what I've correlated this with is that the space age isn't about going into outer space, but it's about our mental space as we merge with the black monolith. And now we have Black Mirror and the ubiquitous smartphone. And we're talking about the merging of the mind with the smartphone, essentially, with computing through the implants or whatever, but we're synchronizing with it. We're married to our phones. They're part of our lives. They might as well be implanted in our foreheads. So by the time they introduce something like this, we're already demanding it. We're lining up at the stores for it. And they sold us 1984 as a lifestyle, where the idea of total surveillance was hell on earth to avoid at all costs. But now No, and nobody has any privacy because privacy isn't valuable. You put your privacy on TikTok and you commodify it.
And you know what? And what that kind of makes me think about is that when you brought up the movie Sinners earlier, like I haven't seen the movie, but I know the story, so it's like, well, whatever. But it's just anything with a vampire. You have to let the vampire in. And like you said, we give consent every day to everything. We give consent to things that, you know, we don't even realize because just little small things we think we're signing. Nobody ever reads that long 3-page, 17-paragraph, you know, paper that comes with it.
Yeah, that's right. And
so it's like we sign away our rights every day with little stuff.
Well, they've trained us, and we've been, I think, collectively taken advantage of in a certain way. I mean, I look at these court paperwork that says something like, Netflix had access to your Facebook DMs. So they've gone underneath the hood, you know, of our collective psyche, and individually they've profiled us, they've studied us, they've mapped us out, and we've all just acquiesce to it because, again, it's been sold to us. This is the ultimate success of public relations. And this is why I always talk about the PSYOP entertainment complex, because you mentioned these celebrities and this underground parallel existence from us. It makes sense. Celebrities are foot soldiers in the Psy war. They're entertainers, but they're entertaining us into compliance, into submission. So I look at them as psychological warfare operatives. If they have a Hollywood star, they're like generals in the mind war. They're just very important characters in this mental construct, this Truman Show that we're all in.
And you know what? And that's the whole thing I was trying to get people to see. I said, man, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I feel like it's just like, okay, take somebody like Jamie Foxx. Like we said, we saw Jamie Foxx come in, go through his career as it went, whatever, whatnot. But Jamie Foxx had humble beginnings to where he's at now, to where it's like he's a big component when it comes to, you know, certain things in like Hollywood. To where it's like you don't get there just because you're talented. It's all about the people that you know and, you know, how you move and everything. So it's like a person like Jamie Foxx, like or whatever, or, you know, you get whatever actor, you don't get to the level to where you can now sit down and have conversations with like Denzel Washington, and you're interviewing Denzel Washington, somebody who used to watch on television, and now you're in the same industry, and you've up in ranks to where you can now interview this person and do with this person. What did you have to do, and what's the whole criteria?
Well, this is interesting. You know, we often talk about conspiracies and we talk about groups. Like I don't say Masons control the world, but it's useful to study the Masonic structure because what you're dealing with is a graduated system of segregating people according to the secrets they've been let in on. And the martyr in the principal ritual, his whole martyrdom is over protecting the secrets. The three ruffians are trying to get the secrets, the blueprints, to King Solomon's temple. And since he doesn't give up the secrets, they kill him. So you're dying to protect the secrets. And only if you're willing to die to protect the secrets, and you swear these oaths that you won't reveal it, are you then given the trade secrets to move up in the guild and the secret handshake and all that stuff. So it seems to me that, we're looking at a secret society that rules this place. And that's it's a security clearance society. It's a pyramidal structure. It exists in the corporate world. You see it in the military. I'm saying it's everywhere, that there is a pyramid. The Illuminati pyramid symbol specifically represents this. And I would describe the programmed people at the bottom of the pyramid, and then the people who are part of media, entertainment, they're bricks in the pyramid. And the very top tier is the capstone. And that's where they're told, yeah, space is fake, it's total mind control, and this is how we control the masses. But most of the celebs aren't at that level.
Right. And you know what's crazy? That you brought up fraternities and like sororities. If you look now on, like I said, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, whatever, there are a lot of documentaries and a lot of specials and a lot of series that deal with fraternities and sororities and like hazing incidents and, you know, things like that, and how, you know, even when situations happen, these people were able to still get out of legal trouble, and they face up because of these different fraternities and stuff like that. So it's like, I mean, people don't realize just how real this is when it comes to like who you know and, you know, who you're like in cahoots with in whatever way. Like I said, I don't know what goes on behind closed doors with these different fraternities and stuff. I don't know what they do, but it's like, I just think it's weird that, you know, there's this whole thing of whatever happens, you have this loyalty to where, you know, if this person qualifies for whatever, and I don't know what they do, and the things that I do know, I'm not about to say here, but I wouldn't be a part of it. But it's just, I mean, it's like, why would you want to be a part of this? What's the end all?
You know, what I find interesting here is that we're looking at like directors. Like right now, there's a satellite from Russia that they sent up 50 years ago. It's about to hit the Earth. And that Russian satellite hitting the Earth theme, it happens to be one of the main features of the movie Megalopolis. And so you're looking, and then this Megalopolis had connections to 9/11. And the director actually had recorded in Manhattan, downtown, he actually had 9/11 footage in this film. So you can just reasonably assume here that that director, Francis Ford Coppola, has some security clearance if his movies are connected to these big psyops. Same with James Cameron. Same with Stanley Kubrick or Jordan Peele, Spike Lee. And if you start looking at these directors, and then you look at the various police chiefs and politicians who are attached to the big psyops, you can start to kind of draw out a mind map, and you can see what I term to be metascriptors, who's involved on a hands-on level with orchestrating psyops, who are also part of the entertainment. And I'm looking at this as evidence, or rather of an example of how this structure actually works. And there are tiers to this thing, absolutely. And as far as what motivates them or what they do to get up, I don't know. But it's certainly the case that we have a secret society on top of this thing. And it's just not as simple as saying it's the Jesuits or it's the Masons. No, it's bigger than that. Those are all just, to me, that's much bigger.
And that's what I was trying to tell people. I was saying that it's like, I said, look, no matter what name you want, whatever. I'm like, I think it's bigger as far as collective thought. I think it's just a bigger situation than whatever group naming that you want to put on it. It's just the fact that, like I said, whatever they're using, whatever formula for like psychological manipulation they're using, that they have down to a science, it's working. It's working. And it's like, even though, and the thing is, it's working so well that it's like, even though we know about it, it still works.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what, brought up Black Mirror, and there's this episode where there's this celebrity, this pop musician, who gets replaced by an AI double. And it reminds me of that movie with I think it was Al Pacino, where it's called Sim 1, about this pop star who's a simulation. And right now, as we speak, there's a whole collection of people, a large number of people, YouTube content creators, who are creating fake people that are so realistic that they fool most people. And that's so that, like, we're saying Black Mirror has become real life. We've crossed this line where we have merged with the monolith.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I did a podcast where I talked about the filtering, like how how filtering has become something that's just like every day. And I found out that by age, I think it's what, 12, 80% of young girls use the filter on their social media photos on their phones. And it's not even just like you're using a filter just because it's a cool filter. People don't like how they look. What I'm getting at is this. There was a girl in, I think, Japan or China, whatever, had this big social media following. She presented herself as this AI character. Pretty face, Asian girl, and she had following going crazy. People were like sending her, like, you know, what would be equivalent in you know, our money, $15,000. Like, you know, I'm talking about one person sending her $15 amongst other people just sending her smaller donations. But she was getting this type of money every time she got online. She would have like 20,000, 30,000 people watching her. Okay. One night, her streaming program glitched, and it showed her actual face. The face that she had on the AI was a slim Asian girl, a slim, pretty Asian girl. This woman was actually a 58-year-old grandmother.
Okay.
She was a 58-year-old grandmother, and she had been living as like a 21-year-old Asian AI teenager, or like, you know, content creator through this image. Like you said, nobody had. This is why I said this is a very dangerous time, because if people don't go live and you see their face, then you could be talking to anybody. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of to this girl every night. They were sending her money, everything.
Oh, okay.
And
they call them,
come to find out, she's almost a 60-year-old woman.
well, they call them faceless accounts. And I talked about this last week. It just came out that the University of Zurich had creating these AI bots to go onto Reddit and influence opinion. So they had some bots claiming to be black, but are turning against BLM. And they were able to sway people to turn against BLM. And they said that these AI agents were 6 times more persuasive than human agents. So like, oh, wait a minute, you have these bots changing people's opinions, and, you know, combine that with these fake people that don't exist and automation, and there's going to be a point where you express an opinion and there's going to be a tailor-made bot prepared to put you back into the box. Like, it's there. We're in the Truman Show is intensifying.
Yes. And that's the reason, I'm going to tell you something. That's the reason I believe they always tell celebrities, get a social media manager, get a social media team, 2 or 3 people who control your account, and they'll post on, you know what I'm saying, your behalf. They'll delete messages. They'll go through all of that. Because Cardi B was probably the best example of like somebody whom I saw at the level she had like risen to, still looking at her phone, what somebody like maybe you or me might say about her, and arguing back with us personally.
Oh, you know
And
what?
it's like,
Okay, this is like with Scientologists. I remember the time when the secrets of Scientology were leaking, they really restrict their websites they can go to because they don't want them to encounter people that can tell them that they're in a cult.
right.
So it's like you can't give that.
It's like you don't want to.
You got to keep them isolated to control them.
Right. It's the same. Yeah, you got to keep them isolated. And that's the reason, like I said, people used to always say, oh, Cardi, you shouldn't go on there looking at your stuff, man. Get you a team, like, you know, so-and-so, this, and that. Cardi used to have meltdown because she set up and read messages from people like me, you, other, whatever. And it's like,
Well, look, there's a guy in
you're
our
not
channel.
supposed to do that.
One of our chat members, it was, I think, IFEP 73. So we used to go as a group, this big IPS channel. We had 400 live people. We would go to celebrity channels and try to get them to say stuff, shout us out, say flat Earth. And one of our guys went over to Kate Perry, and she's laying on her bed and she's reading comments, and we got her to say the Earth is flat. So we got through to her, and she blurted that out. And then the next day, it becomes a little bit of a controversy. Neil deGrasse Tyson starts hanging out with her. And ever since, she's always made it a point to badmouth the flat earthers, the spaces fakers. They've made her an anti-conspiracy person, and now they send her to space. And I'm thinking this might all go back to when we got her to carry our meme and then therefore bounce it off to all of her subs. And so they have to insulate them because we're everywhere. I mean, people.
I'm gonna tell you something. What that makes me think about is when I called in a couple of years ago, and I told you about the situation where we had the shooter downtown Cincinnati. They shot up the people in the building and everything, and they had the Cincy strong, so and so strong, this and that, all of that. But we didn't have a lot of information on the shooter or whatever. It's the same type of stuff where it's like they basically control everything about the narrative, where you don't get any type of real information. It's a situation that happens and you get part of the information, and then it's like you're inundated with so much that really has nothing to do with what you should be thinking about. That it's by the time you real thought, it don't even matter because it's caught up in just the emotion of the situation. To where you can't even think straight.
Well, that's one of the main things about media that I talk about, is the fact that they aim to trigger you, and if you're triggerable, they can get your emotions to override your critical thinking. And what defines skepticism is suspending judgment. So I'm like, don't react to headlines like they're real, because then you're going to be on an emotional roller coaster and you won't be thinking. I just say, if it's a controversial story, wait 3 days before deciding to have emotions regarding the story. And that's usually enough time to find out if it's a hoax or if it's a psyop and it doesn't deserve it.
I try to, and I go by that too. It's I always try to wait. Hell, I'll wait longer than 3. What I do about a third day, I pretty much read all the stuff everybody else has said, and I've looked into everything else is usually a whole week out sometimes, just because sometimes by the third day you'll get information, but then it's by the time you're getting the real information on what happened something else is changing. There's something new added into it that you need to know, and it's now what you wanted to say a couple days ago, it's now you're trying to run it all together. I'd rather just wait and let everybody their stories out until I can put enough together to where it could actually make a little bit more sense than just come out as something just being emotional.
I had to backtrack. I mean, you don't want to backtrack. You want to just wait and not have to go down the wrong trails. And case in point, Hinton Jr. story, right. I knew it was a big deal when I saw the photography, when I saw the way he was presented with the cops, but I didn't quite know the full story. And then you see the story, okay, you got his son. Well, we didn't have the footage yet. And then you see how people respond to it, which is actually part of the story, how the recipients of it are changed and how they respond. So it took a few days to percolate, and you called in at just the right time, because now we have further developments, and now we can kind of see, well, look, this has been framed as injustice and a justified homicide. I mean, these are important facets there day one.
And the crazy thing is, I'm gonna tell you, it's like just with the way that it's being reported, I believe that, you already know how the media operates, or the talking heads. I believe that the media is reporting things in the way they are to basically subliminally push a civilian uprising. Man, they're gonna make unrest happen because all they're talking about is the officer, and they're not talking about that young guy that got killed at all.
And you called it out, the guy, 33 years. I keep emphasizing that he served for 33 years. When has that not been a significant code? I mean, even Rodney King was hit with a baton. You can look at it at Wikipedia 33 times. It's got the hoax code. You got the manufactured outrage. You've got the social media responding in a predictable way, and it's overpowering people, and it's divisive. And then you have this Shiloh Hendricks thing outraging people. It's getting big with that story.
And whoever you can think about, and whoever you can, and I'm gonna tell you, whoever you can think about who always shows up in these type of situations.
Forrest Crump.
Oh, believe me, that's Cincinnati. Yeah, you already know.
The attorney for the psyops, he's now commenting on these latest ones. I just saw him in the news today, talking about the Hinton thing. And anytime he's at an event, it's a psyop. That guy has an interesting background, but I call him Forrest Crump because he's at every.
He's gonna show up here. I'm gonna tell you something.
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna show up here. He's gonna show up here, even though he can't be the lawyer in the criminal trial. I'm gonna tell you what he's gonna do. He's gonna come here and he's gonna wait until this whole criminal situation is over with, and he's going to come in and be the lawyer to try to get the damages and money. Watch.
Well, I'm looking at the news here. Reverend L.
That's all he does.
He's going to speak. Yeah, Reverend L. Sharpton and Ben Crump are going to be speaking at a funeral for somebody who died in police custody last month. So he's there for an event for somebody else, a 53-year-old named Frank Tyson. That was the guy who died with his hands cuffed. Okay, so those two are together right now. That's yesterday, actually, May 8th, right there in Ohio. And again, Sharpton was there at the Tyree Nichols. He gave the eulogy at his funeral, and that was at the Mason Temple where MLK Jr.'s sister was, and that's where he gave his, daughter, and that's where MLK Jr. gave his famous last speech. So you have all the psyop actors in place. It's all the right actors are there. So anyway, Ohio.
Yeah, think about that. Like you just said, Crump and Sharpton are together right here in Ohio. Like I said, MLK's daughter, she'll be here in Cincinnati to speak in a couple of days. It's all coming together.
Great. Hey, this is all really good info. And hey, listen to this really quick. Kanye West stormed off the Piers Morgan interview after Morgan confirmed that the correct number was 33 million followers. So host says, you've got 32 million followers. He says, no, I have 33. You're trying to cut inches off my D. And then he storms off the stage. So that's kind of funny. It was literally over the number 33 million.
Over the number. And like I said, this is what I mean when I say these numbers. It's just like it makes you start feeling like Jim Carrey in that movie, was it 23, where he kept seeing the 23 popping up everywhere.
Oh yes.
It's like,
yes.
When these things are about to go down, or when you start, or hindsight, since that's 2020, when you start looking back, when you look back at like older events, like I said, when you use 2025 eyes on these 1970, 1960, 1980, 90, whatever events, all this stuff falls apart. All this stuff falls apart.
Fascinating.
So it's like, Yeah, it's like, I mean, everything starts to really fall apart because it's like, I mean, come on, man, you're more mature, you have better technology, and it's just like we were talking about before, the discernment factor. But you know, like I said, that cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug.
Well, you know what's great about this though? So we've got our think tanks and we've got our community of listeners. We got this base of individuals who have seen far enough to where we don't have to pander to the uninformed, the incurious, or the ignorant. We have enough people who are up to speed here that we can have productive conversations and we can add quite a lot to our knowledge base when it comes to these things. And
Yeah.
you brought a lot to the table tonight regarding Ohio, connected a lot of things, makes a lot of sense. And all these different psyops just coming to a head right now. It's a crescendo. It's really something. So we definitely need to repeat this. I'm glad you're able to call in and put a lot of stuff out there. We've had a good 115 minutes here, and we'll have to do this again soon.
I apologize for that. It's just that just not even before just this situation. It was like before this situation, it was just so much I wanted to like tell you just since I called the last time. But when this happened, it opened up the floodgates to where I found out about some other things, and it's like I just had to get all of this off on you.
Well, hey, I look forward to doing my transcripts tonight, because when I tell the transcripts, I'll say, identify the caller, link his website, and give us 10 quotes, and it will quote you verbatim. So it's going to be great, and I'll make sure that I, get people to subscribe to my newsletter, and then of course we'll continue this conversation since you're right there, Ground Zero, Cincinnati. I didn't realize you were so close to the Hinton situation, and that's a powder keg, and I'm glad that you are on top of it.
Yeah, I ride past where the situation happened with the officer. Like I ride past that every other day.
Right on. Well, hey, this has
So
been fantastic. Art of Thinking Out Loud, great call. I look forward to talking to you again, and I follow you on Twitter, and I see you posting our conversations. That's a great way to engage a lot of new people, and yeah, this has been fantastic. So let's talk again soon. I'm going to watch that new Final Destination next week about the Space Needle, and I think by that time things will have advanced.
Right. All right, man. I appreciate everything.
Yeah, likewise. Great call, and you have a great night. Appreciate the call. Everyone in the chat seems to also appreciate the call. It's been a long, great call, but it goes by fast. Didn't feel like we just chatted here for 2 hours, but we have.
No, man. Every time I call, it turns into these. So it's like, I don't mean to do it. It's just that that's the way it happens. But man, I appreciate everything, and everybody take it easy.
Awesome.
And I will call back and give you updates on, if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you know.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm following these closely, so I appreciate that. All right, have a great night. All right, everyone, that's Art of Thinking Out Loud. Right there, Ground Zero, Cincinnati. And last time he called, he mentioned that there's something up with all these Fed groups, these white nationalist groups, these Nazis in his neck of the woods. And now you have this Hinton event, and he brought it up that the officer had served 33 years. They keep throwing the 33 out there. Jurassic Liars called, mentioned that the guy's name is Henderson, and that he has the 6/11 birthday, and he started his 33-year career on Trump's birthday, which is kind of fascinating. Then you have the Rodney King connection, and then the Rodney King-esque beating of Tyree Nichols. Those 3 officers are being acquitted. So that's another controversy. So you have that controversy. You got the stabbing with the twins. You've got the racist mom in the park. You got the home invasion thwarted by a black homeowner who's being charged with murder, and it's being looked at as systemic racism in favor of the white victims, even though the guy was in the right to kill the people breaking in. You have the movie Sinners as a backdrop to this, which has the image of Michael B. Jordan shooting up the Klan. And then you have Tucker Carlson, alien attack survivor, making a prophecy to Alex Jones that there's going to be a false flag against the racist. And where are all the racists gathered? Right there in Cincinnati. That's where you have all these groups that, go on the overpass and wave their flags. Then we got Ye and his whole Hail Hitler thing, which is in the air right now. So there's quite a lot happening, but all this stuff building up at once. It's very interesting times. So eyes on Cincinnati, but also on Seattle. But Cincinnati, Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, right before the election, we had a lot of stories there to get people to vote for Trump because they don't want the immigrants from Haiti eating their cats. Like, so these race war or anti-immigration psyops were centered right there. So there's no way that this is insignificant. And for this Hinton thing to be right there, big deal. It's a very big deal. Sinners, Cincinnati, says Cubstar. Oh, interesting. And yes, Sinners. The movie Sinners, really, I mean, shooting the Klan. And then Tucker comes out and he says, I have this prophecy. I'm like, okay, that's not a prophecy. Because last time he talked to Jones, he was so impressed that Jones, quote, predicted 9/11. He wants to have that. And I think that's what we saw. So we'll continue this conversation tomorrow for Infinite Planes Saturn Day. We'll likely be live in the morning. I would have been live this morning, but I was busy on Twitter arguing with people trying to tell me that the sun used to be yellow and now it's a pale white light. But tomorrow morning we'll continue this. And in the archives, I'll have quotes from the caller. You'll see. If you haven't been subscribed to the newsletter, I'll put a link in the chat. Go to ips.monster. But I'm leveraging AI tools to get all of the best quotes and comments and search engine optimized statements out there. So when people search for anything related to media fakery, they need to find this. They need to find the off-world stage. And so the transcripts are meant to improve our chances of being found. And of course, the AI also saves me so much time, so I can do a lot more with the little time that I have. So there's the link, ips.monster. And this is Pope Elon, One-Eyed Jack on the Shelves. We'll see you all later.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself in space?
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Yep.